Welcome to PBCJ's live coverage of the lower house. I am Simone Absalom. The session will start with prayers followed by a roll call of those in attendance. This is usually followed by questions and answers to questions, statements by ministers, items under public business, and private members' motions. Before we begin, though, let's try a Parliament trivia. In February 1962, a new constitution was approved by the legislature and the Premier, Norman Manley, called general elections. Is this fact or fiction? Stick around for the answer at the end of this introduction. The answer will also be posted on our Facebook page. On the agenda for this session, Minister without portfolio in the Ministry of Economic Growth and Job Creation, Darrell Vaz, is scheduled to make a statement on the reduction of plastic waste, implementation of deposit refund scheme for plastic bottles. During the questions and answers to questions segment, Prime Minister Andrew Holness is set to answer question number 34, related to the ongoing scandal at the island's oil refinery, Petrojam. The Prime Minister was asked to indicate whether or not there were disciplinary charges laid by Petrojam against its immediate past human resources manager. If the answer is in the affirmative, the Prime Minister is being asked to indicate the nature and scope of these charges. Part 3 of the question states that Mr. Holness should indicate how the charges were resolved or disposed of. He is also being asked to indicate whether or not Petrojam made a financial payout to the former human resource manager on her departure from the company. If the answer to Part 4 is in the affirmative, would the Prime Minister please state in what amount and for what purpose the payment was made? Under public business, debate on the Trusts Act 2018 is set to be closed. Also on the agenda, Pensions, Superannuation Funds and Retirement Schemes Investment Amendment Regulations 2019 resolution is down to be tabled. Also, the law reform zones of special operations, special security and community development measures, the Denham Town Community Zone Extension of Period Operation Order 2019 resolution will be tabled and taken. The law reform zones of special operations, special security and community development measures, the Mount Salem Community and Environs in the parish of St. James Zones Extension of Period of Operation Order 2019 resolution will be tabled and taken. It should be noted that the agenda can be adjusted with items being added or removed. If you are planning to attend a session at Gordon House, here are some rules you need to keep in mind. No visitor shall create any act of disorder within the precincts of the house. No visitor shall be admitted to the house without first obtaining an admission card. Visitors who remain within the precincts of the house during a suspension of the session are asked to keep silent. No photography, videography, or sketching of the proceedings is allowed unless so authorized by the presiding officer. And there should be no smoking inside the parliamentary building. It's about time to go over to the proceeding, but first the answer to our Parliament trivia. We said, in February 1962, a new constitution was approved by the legislature and the Premier, Norman Manley, called general elections. It's a fact. In February 1962, a new constitution was approved by the legislature and the Premier, Norman Manley, called general elections. Alexander Bustamante was elected in April of that year and became the first Prime Minister of Jamaica.
A thoughtful person, a calm and humble person, a person that I detected in him a sense of duty to the people that he represented. He added greatly to the dignity of this honorable house. I know that I speak for every single member here when I say that it was an absolute pleasure to engage him in a conversation, whether it be in here or downstairs. And no matter how harshly we would debate, he had a sense of calm about him. And I recall with great regret that the last exchange we had was when he was asking me to enable him to take the resolution that was standing in his name. I didn't do it then because it was then not befitting the time frame within which he requested it, but gave an undertaking that at a subsequent date it would be taken. Ironically, I looked when I was reviewing the matters to be dealt with today, I looked at it and I thought, well, I would certainly seek to have that done prior to the closing of Parliament. So, Mr. Speaker, there will be others who will speak of him. There will be others who will mention in the manner in which we will pay tribute to him. I wish for my part, on behalf of the persons who were close to me who knew him, I wish to extend to his family and his friends our deepest condolences. May God bless him and may his soul rest in peace. Thank you.
Dr. Phillips.
Mr. Speaker, I think we all share the sentiments that have just been expressed. For myself, I can't recall a Saturday in all my years as a member of this Honorable House. It is not just the tragic and, I dare say, savage way in which Dr. Bloomfield lost his life, but my sense of sadness is also connected with the fact that it represents a particularly difficult phase of our national life. Because in the attack on Dr. Bloomfield, not only has a conscientious parliamentarian lost his life, but in fact it reflects a kind of devaluation, not just of human life, which has become all too common, but also a degradation of the respect with which parliamentarians and Parliament itself was viewed. And I think it should provide us with a moment for collective reflection as to how we can together seek to reverse these trends which have been present for some time. Dr. Bloomfield hailed from Trelawney, and in his choice of medicine as his profession, I think he gave an indication of his commitment to service to his fellow human being. His reputation in Portland, which is the parish where he chose to give service, is one of a conscientious, caring medical professional who gave service to his patients, service that was much appreciated by them. He later made a commitment to extend the scope of his service into the realm of political representation and was elected in 2011 and again in 2016. And he retained his reputation as an unflappable, respectful, polite human being who gave service to all citizens without questioning their own political affiliation, and certainly had no imbalance in the treatment that he gave to any of his constituents. A quiet man, he often seemed to be reluctant to engage in much of the hurly-burly, and he had to be much provoked. I think he came to public attention most recently when he led a demonstration in his demand for roads, and in particular for the Southern Coastal Highway. But I think what we can say is that in this we ought to leave no stone unturned, and we would hope that the security forces, the police, will be mobilized to the fullest extent to ensure that the savage killers who snuffed out his life are identified and brought to justice. It is not that we are not sensitive to the plight of others, because every murder really diminishes us in the country. But as I said, the murder of this particular person who devoted his life to service represents a particular low point in the deterrent that it will mark and provide for others who might choose a life of service, and in its reflection of the depth of the social crisis which we face in the country. This disregard for the value of human life has spread far and wide in our country and threatens our collective survival and well-being. It behooves us in the face of this to find common cause, not only with each other in this chamber, but quite frankly, with all others of goodwill in the society. We have demonstrated before in our political system our capacity to respond to crisis. And I think this is one such occasion when we should, as they say, take stock of ourselves, take stock of our country, and make a determination as to how we will combine our energies to move forward. Dr. Linville George Bloomfield was a good, patriotic Jamaican. We don't have to agree with him with all that he may have done or all that he may have said, but his purposes were honorable. His love for his country was unquestioned, and his desire to give service to his constituents was exemplary. This House should remember him, and I would ask, Mr. Speaker, that the clerk be directed to communicate the sentiments of this House to his family in the usual way. We shall miss him, and we will always remember his service to Jamaica and to Portland. May it please you.
Prime Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The untimely, tragic, violent death of a member of this House a colleague, someone who we can all agree represented the milk of human kindness. Humble. If you could, when Jamaican people say he was a nice man, that's our friend and departed colleague, Linval Bloomfield. A nice man. There is nothing else that needs to be said of him as a person. I cannot recall in this house him raising his voice beyond what was necessary to communicate. I cannot recall him saying a word in anger or being involved in the confrontations which are part of the cut and thrust of politics. Mr. Speaker, upon hearing the news, I was devastated. Because not that he was a member of parliament and therefore there is some protection around him. But when it comes close and you can relate, it's a different feeling than hearing what is being said on the news. But this is someone that you know. And this, Mr. Speaker, is the experience of the average Jamaican. As the murder rate increases, the average Jamaican is now seeing it close to them, someone who they know, someone in their community, someone in their church, someone in their workplace, someone in their school. Mr. Speaker, that it has reached the House of Representatives should in some way spark us to dig deeper to find the solution. I think what we could do in honor of our colleague is to reaffirm cooperation in the fight against crime. And in paying tribute to Dr. Bloomfield, I call upon the supporters of the Jamaica Labour Party, I call upon the supporters of the PNP that there need not be any quarrel between us over the death of someone who gave his life to representing the people of Jamaica. And just following what is being said in social media, what I'm hearing around me, I think it is important, and I'm certain that the leader of the opposition and those who will speak after will join in the call, that we don't make his death a political issue. We don't bring it down to the lowest denominator of political discourse. Amen. Mr. Speaker, I've seen this man from afar. I couldn't say that I knew him personally. We have had limited interactions within the House. But I've always marveled at his humble disposition. I've heard him speak, and he delivered well, represented his people well, and he did it with humility, with decorum. And I wondered, Mr. Speaker, whether or not more of us could not learn from how he conducted himself in the House. Mr. Speaker, I am totally devastated by this. And hearing it, my wife and myself, totally in shock. And I wish to express the deep sympathy and condolences on behalf of the members on this side, on behalf of the Jamaica Labour Party, on behalf of the Parliament, to his family, and ask that the House through you, Mr. Speaker, and the clerk, convey to the family our deepest sympathies and respect for our colleague who has departed. May it please you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Vaz.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Permission to speak from a seat other than my own.
Permission given.
Mr. Speaker, none of us could believe the reports that greeted us over the past weekend of the brutal slaying of our late colleague, Dr. Linvale Bloomfield, Member of Parliament for Eastern Portland. Dr. Bloomfield and I were neighbor MPs, but most interestingly, he was also my MP as my Portland residence is in the constituency of East Portland. Our political association dates back to 2011 when he was first elected as Member of Parliament. As administrations changed, we were both afforded the privilege of sitting on the government side as well as knowing the wilderness of being in opposition. In those 7 years of parliamentary and political hustlings, we maintained a cordial relationship based on mutual respect. There was never a wry word between us. There are therefore no stories of political squabbles to tell, as we both understood that our primary concern is the well-being of the people and the parish of Portland, and so we work together, where and when necessary. Our relationship as rival MPs could be best described as unique, given today's unfortunate tribal nature of our politics. It would be hard-pressed in today's politics to find a politician who could or would call on their political opponent to treat him, his immediate family, members and friends, as a medical doctor from time to time. This was the case with Linvale Bloomfield and myself. He always responded to my calls by coming to my home in Portland rather than us. Mr. Speaker, my last working MP interaction with Doc was on December 18th last year, where I invited him to tour the infrastructure of the parish with me. That he did, and we exchanged ideas of how we could improve that aspect of the parish development. It was once again clear that although we were from opposing sides, our vision and love for the people and parish of Portland were paramount. Apart from Parliament, we also attended meetings as members of the Titchfield Trust. Each of us here has our own political challenges in one form or the other. This two-term MP had to defend his stewardship of Eastern Portland publicly a few times. It did not mean that he was not serving the people of East Portland well. It did not mean that he was not loved or respected there. What we could, however, admire about him is that he defended himself with self-assured confidence and quiet dignity. Mr. Speaker, everyone in this noble house will agree that Dr. Bloomfield was a humble gentleman among us. You would not see nor hear Dr. Bloomfield disrespectfully gesticulating, shouting, or participating in any heated discussion in this house, and when provoked, he always responded with a smile. Dr. Bloomfield's seat in this house is empty. We may even make the occasional glance, wondering if the fate which has befallen our colleague is true. His service to the people of our country as a political representative and a medical practitioner has come to an abrupt end. We have been robbed of the friendship and stewardship of our colleague. Mr. Speaker, one of the last acts in the House by Dr. Bloomfield was a private member's motion which he recently moved. A resolution that the Port Antonio Square be renamed Nanny Square after our sole national heroine, and the statue of her be erected in that square. that, Mr. Speaker, I would like to propose, as was said earlier by the leader of government business, that in his honor and in the honor of the late member Bloomfield, that we agree to debate this resolution in short order. Mr. Speaker, on behalf of my immediate family, including my wife Anne-Marie, who developed a close relationship with Dr. Bloomfield in a very short time, my entire West Portland constituency, and by extension the parish of Portland, would like to extend condolences to his family, the people of East Portland, his constituency executive, management team, councillors, delegates, and supporters, along with members of his political party, and to assure that Dr. Bloomfield's dedication, work, and passion for Portland will always be appreciated and remembered. Mr. Speaker, in closing, I implore both party leaders to insist and instruct their followers to resist the attempts of using Dr. Bloomfield's death to score cheap political points, and to further make a call to the mainstream media houses, along with the users of social media, to act in a responsible and professional manner which will allow the police to speedily investigate this unfortunate case of murder. Mr. Speaker, these actions will allow our colleague to be mourned with the dignity and respect which he showed to all whom he encountered during his tenure as Member of Parliament. Mr. Speaker, you can be assured that in this regard, as a leader in the parish of Portland, I will lead by example. Mr. Speaker, may God grant his soul eternal peace and rest, and the people of Portland will miss you, Doc. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker,
Mr. Robinson.
on behalf of the People's National Party, we would like to express our condolences to the family, the friends, the patients, the constituents, and the many hundreds and thousands of persons in Portland who mourn Dr. Bloomfield's death. Many of us are still struggling to come to terms with it. In fact, I think for some of us, we haven't fully appreciated the fact that he's no longer with us, because the news was such a shock to us. My colleagues have already spoken about his humility, the quiet nature of an individual, but with a resolute determination. And more than anything else, someone who has devoted his entire life to serve others. He became Member of Parliament in 2011, but he has been a medical doctor in Port Antonio for over 30 years. And in speaking to people in Port Antonio, whether it is the young, whether it is the elderly, you will always hear stories of a doctor who was willing to treat them, assist them, whether they could pay or not. He was always willing to avail himself. His association with the political party, the People's National Party, goes way back. He was one of those young Jamaicans who went to Cuba to study medicine and to come back to his country to contribute. And the scholarships that were provided for those students, he is an embodiment of what those scholarships were meant for. To get the opportunity to earn a medical degree, but to go somewhere in the rural area, a parish which was not his own birth, but to go somewhere to serve. And he did that for over 40 years. We are, as a political movement, will celebrate his life. His untimely passing, while shocking, we have a lot to be thankful for his contribution. And over the next week or so, we will use the opportunity to reflect on his contribution to the parish and to the country. We will miss him as a friend and a colleague. And again, we extend our condolences to all those persons who are grieving at his untimely departure. Thank you.
Dr. Ferguson.
is a man of quiet disposition. And one of the things I believe that his death would bring to the fore is that to be a leader respected, one need not be boisterous, aggressive, as we have seen many times, substituting for content or for being a good person. And therefore, as we reflect on Dr. Bloomfield, coming in the aftermath of having lost a colleague and friend in Dr. Winston Green only 18 months ago, for us, and again, sudden death, one could say almost premature death. What it says to all of us is that in the midst of life, there is death. But even with that, I believe it's a good time for us as parliamentarians to reflect in this honorable house, because we are accustomed to hearing the best about our colleagues, either past colleagues in death or at moments like this. Few of us take the time even to know the antecedents of our colleagues before they enter this honorable house. And as a result of that, we have become our greatest enemies. All of us, we are seen oftentimes as corrupt and as criminals. And we say it to each other. And as a result of that, the people follow us. And many times we become upset. But as we reflect on Linvale's life, I was in Port Antonio yesterday, and in talking to the persons on the ground, not just comrades, what they had to say about the man also was revealing, because many of us would not even know that he was a deacon in the Baptist church. Many of us would not know of his philanthropic activities. Many of us, he was the kind of physician who you could call from the Rio Grande Valley any time of the night, and he would have been there. And this is what we sometimes discount even in our assessment of our colleagues as to their winnability. Because in truth and in fact, those are not moments that are seen many times, but they create for us goodwill. Certainly we will miss him. I know that the comrades in Portland and across the country, and Jamaica, because one of the things I heard yesterday, he went across the political divide. And as was expressed by his neighbor, I too, being in East St. Thomas, his neighbor in the western side. So ladies and gentlemen, comrades and others, I want to say that we have lost a good Jamaican. We have lost a decent man, a humble man, a honest man, and history will remember him well. May his soul rest in peace.
Dr. Guy.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in rising to pay tribute to this fallen comrade, and Mr. Speaker, comrade in the widest sense, I want to speak to the person I know prior to politics, my professional colleague, the individual who I've worked with, the comrade with whom I've had political unison, the parliamentarian who sat with me in this very house, and the friend who many of us have come to know. Mr. Speaker, Linville was a quiet, deep-thinking individual, as was said before, not one minded to speak frivolity, and one whose discussions were always intellectually stimulating. His many interventions in and contribution to the parliamentary debate was always of a very high quality. His many resolutions in the parliament typified this. He had a warm personality which lent itself to the success of his medical practice and heralded his entry into representational politics. His medical practice before and during politics was one of beneficence. Those who had no money were seen just as equal and as readily as those who had. Mr. Speaker, even though I know of some of these charitable undertakings, since his untimely death, that common thread of his kindness is openly said in the streets of Portland amidst the mourning. He was liked and revered by persons of all stripes across the political divide, as was said earlier. His patients were neither PNP nor JLP, but what could be said was that he was a beneficiary of some of his patients' votes, irrespective of which side they would ordinarily support. Linville was a naturalized Portlander, being domiciled and working with his people for over 30 years. His aspirations and hope and his vision for the parish and the people of Portland, especially East Portland, was what propelled him into representational politics, hoping to make a difference for the people from the Rio Grande River in the west to Hector's River in the east, and from Moortown in the south to Port Antonio in the north. His advocacy was not one of a confrontational nature, but was of quiet dignity. Perhaps, as many of his constituents say, that was his softness. Many wanted him to be aggressive and more strident, but Bloomfield did it his way. He will be remembered for his final public advocacy, where he changed his style and was vocal for his road for his people. Working with him as chairman of Region 2 of the PNP, he contributed tremendously to the political organization of the region, and at one time was the vice chairman with responsibility for political education. His representation was not one without its various challenges within and without the constituency, but his indomitable spirit, his clear vision, his clarity of thought, and his resolve to stick to principle allowed him to weather those challenges. Dr. Bloomfield was a deacon in the Baptist Church in Port Antonio, as a member from East St. Thomas just said, a position he cherished well and one in which he served selflessly. To his family and relatives, his extended East Portland family, his regional family, his PNP family, his parliamentary family, and indeed to all who came into contact with him in this journey in the world, we extend our deepest condolences, and we stand in support of you all as we go through this very, very difficult period. Walk good, my friend, my comrade. May his soul rest in peace and life perpetuation.
Mr. Jackson.
Mr. Speaker, I wish to join my fellow colleagues in expressing condolences in the passing of our colleague. I have known Dr. Bloomfield since his entry into representational politics, and therefore I can attest to much of the descriptions made of him here this afternoon.
Dr. Bloomfield is one of those persons that even if you disagree with his opinion on a subject, you cannot dislike him. His own humanity commands one's embrace. Mr. Speaker, not only the comrades, the residents of Portland will miss him and have lost a good Jamaican, but all of Jamaica would suffer that fate because of his presence here in this house and the contributions that he would have made. Yes, Mr. Speaker, Dr. Bloomfield is another Jamaican whose life was snuffed out, like hundreds of other Jamaicans yearly. But I wish to posit that Dr. Bloomfield, as a member of Parliament, as a legislator, representing all of Jamaica, not just the constituency, all of Jamaica. The snuffing out of his life is indeed an assault on the Parliament and the entire Jamaica. In much the same way that the murder of a policeman, any law enforcement officer, or any such individual in which the people of Jamaica has reposed confidence and responsibilities to be executed on their behalf. And that is what makes this very different. It is an assault on all Jamaicans when you assault the institutions of all Jamaica. And so I want to use this opportunity, Mr. Speaker, to call on all Jamaicans, whichever side of the political aisle you might find yourself, to be uncompromising in making sure that whichever individual or individuals are responsible or who played a part in the murder of Dr. Bloomfield be brought to justice without delay. To make such a contribution is to make a contribution on the assault against criminals and criminality in this country. Today, for Dr. Bloomfield, tomorrow it can be for any one of us, regardless of our station in life. Mr. Speaker, may his soul rest in peace and light shine perpetually on him. Thank you. Members, I too want to share sentiments and to wish for members of Dr. Bloomfield's family, friends, the embrace of God's comforting arms as we go through this difficult time. I also want for us to observe a minute of silence in honor of our former colleague.
May his soul rest in peace and light perpetually shine on him. Announcements. This not finished. Okay, House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, you'll recall I mentioned that prior to going into the regular agenda, we would take the tributes to our fallen colleague. I'm going to advise you now, Mr. Speaker, that there are two statements to be made. One by the Minister of Transportation and Mining, Transport and Mining, and the other by the Minister without portfolio in the Ministry of Economic Growth and Job Creation. So I'm going to ask the Minister of Mining now to make his statement, and then the Minister without portfolio.
Mr. Montague.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this Honorable House will recall my statement on April 24, 2018, informing of the implications of the United States sanctions on the United Company Rusal, UC Rusal, for Jamaica's bauxite and alumina industry. The wider economy and the range of actions that were being pursued by the Ministry of Transport and Mining in collaboration with other entities within the government of Jamaica to limit any negative impacts on Jamaica's economy. Mr. Speaker, much of the information that I presented then was worrying. I was very concerned, especially since the sanctions seemed set to retard the recovery of the bauxite and alumina industry that the government had worked hard to engineer. At the time, it appeared highly probable that more than 1,000 workers and contractors would have been made unemployed and a further 15,000 persons negatively impacted, including the town of Yuatan, St. Catherine, and adjoining communities that were associated with UC Rusal's investment in bauxite mining, alumina manufacturing, port operations, and agriculture. Today, Mr. Speaker, I speak to the House from a more positive position than I did in April 2018. I have good news. Before I present this good news, Mr. Speaker, I wish Parliament to recall that on April 6, 2018, the United States Department of Treasury's Office of Foreign Asset Control, OFAC, via General License Number 14, imposed various sanctions on Mr. Oleg Deripaska and several companies that were wholly or primarily owned by him. Of primary concern to Jamaica were the sanctions that had been imposed on UC Rusal, which owns and operates West Indies Alumina Company, Windalco, in Jamaica. Parliament will recall that UC Rusal is the world's second largest alumina producer. As we are aware, Windalco owns and operates the alumina works in Yuatan, St. Catherine. Mr. Speaker, Parliament will recall that the sanctions resulted in assets of UC Rusal that were within the U.S. jurisdiction being frozen and persons being prohibited from having dealings with them. Further, non-U.S. persons could face secondary sanctions for knowingly facilitating significant transactions for and on behalf of Mr. Deripaska and his companies. Mr. Speaker, significant efforts were made by the government of Jamaica towards mitigating the effects of the sanctions on the people, the government, and the economy. At a first step, the Ministry of Transport and Mines technical team, including the Mines and Geology Division, the Jamaica Bauxite Institute, and the Jamaica Bauxite Mining Company, were fully mobilized and actively monitored and analyzed developments relating to the sanctions. We had several meetings with UC Rusal's country manager to enable him to convey the government of Jamaica's positions to Moscow and for his company to inform the government of Jamaica of their plans for Windalco. I also met with the Russian ambassador to Jamaica. Briefing and strategy meetings were held with representatives of the U.S. Embassy in Kingston, unions representing the Windalco workers, the Attorney General's Office, the Ministry of Finance and the Public Service, and all the mining agencies, as well as constant contact with my opposition counterpart. The Jamaican Embassy was also fully briefed. Throughout the Ministry of Transport and Mining and the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade, applications were made to the relevant U.S. authorities for waivers to conduct business with UC Rosal. These were with a view to sustaining the operations of Windalco towards preserving the livelihood of the citizens and preventing any major fallout for the economy. A formal response was received from OFAC, which stated that Jamaica was covered by General License 14 and would not be the direct subject of sanctions. Mr. Speaker, the government of Jamaica also applied to OFAC for a specific license as a safeguard in the event that General License 14 should expire without the sanctions being lifted against UC Rosal. That application was to ensure that the government of Jamaica and the Jamaican economy would not be impacted by any of the U.S. imposed sanctions, including secondary sanctions. Mr. Speaker, in December 2018, the President of the United States, Mr. Donald Trump, indicated his intention to lift the sanctions and that his administration had imposed on UC Rosal. This House will recall that various interested parties, including several national governments, had registered strong concerns about the sanctions, especially their negative impacts on industrial activities and employment in the affected countries. The House will also recall that the sanctions severely disrupted the global aluminum market and sent aluminum prices higher. The U.S. President's statement was made ahead of the introduction of General License 14D on December 7, 2018, which noted that the sanctions had initially been imposed on April 6 were set to expire on January 12, 2019. Following the announcement and the introduction of General License 14D, OFAC officially notified the U.S. Congress on December 19, 2018, that it intended to lift the sanctions on UC Rosal. General License 14D was replaced and superseded in its entirety by General License 14E on January 12, 2019. This new instrument was set to expire on January 28, 2019. Mr. Speaker, I am pleased to inform Parliament and the nation that on Sunday, January 27, 2019, the U.S. government, via the Department of Treasury, announced that as of that date, January 27, 2019, the sanction on UC Rosal had been lifted. This, Mr. Speaker, is positive news for the government and people of Jamaica. It is positive news for Windalco and its over 1,000 employees who had faced an uncertain future when the sanctions were initially announced. It is positive news for Jamaican companies and individuals that conduct business with Windalco. It is indeed positive news for the economy. Additionally, Mr. Speaker, independent persons will control a significant block of the shares of EN Plus, the UC Rosal's parent company. UC Rosal has also agreed to unprecedented transparency in its operations by undertaking extensive ongoing auditing, certification, and reporting requirements. Mr. Speaker, for those to whom it may be of interest, the U.S. government has informed that all sanctions imposed on UC Rosal's majority owner then, Mr. Deripaska, remains in force. Mr. Speaker, I wish to place on record our appreciation to the Most Honorable Prime Minister for his timely intervention in this matter. The Prime Minister, at a critical point when all looked bleaky, had a very productive meeting with the U.S. Treasury Secretary. This meeting, along with the help of the U.S. Congressional Black Caucus, Congressman Inglis, and many others, contributed to the lifting of the sanctions. Mr. Speaker, I wish to thank my colleague ministers in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade, the Ministry of Labor and Social Security, and the Minister of Finance and the Public Service, Ambassador Audrey Marks and the team at the Embassy in Washington, the union and workers, and all other persons and entities for their assistance in lobbying Jamaica's case to the United States. These collective efforts have influenced the lifting of the sanctions. I wish the members of the House to note that arising from the lifting of the U.S. sanctions, entities in Jamaica can freely do business with Windalco without the threat of direct or secondary sanctions. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Paul.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I thank the Minister for this pertinent update on the situation with UC Russell. Indeed, we share in the happiness that must meet this news, and to also acknowledge that the Minister has been in close touch with me on the matter and has kept me fully apprised up to now. Mr. Speaker, we saw this as a national issue, and that's why I'm also pleased that the union, along with myself, had in fact expressed our support for the government's position to the U.S. administration in writing, and I hope that that helped a little in settling this matter. I just want to raise two issues now that this matter is behind us, and we hope so, because we are living in turbulent times. But we hope that this one is behind us. There has been the issue of Rusal postponing certain activities during this period, one of which was a matter that was settled when I was there, that of the transitioning from the inefficient use of energy to a more efficient use of energy. The problem that we've always faced with the bauxite alumina sector, Mr. Speaker, is that when there is a recession, the Jamaican establishments were the first to go because we were regarded as swing locations, largely because we're so inefficient. And the major reason for that was energy. And so there was a program for Jamalco, which is now almost ready, 100 megawatts using LNG. And of course, we know what is happening with GISCO as they move to install 240 megawatts of LNG. I think it's now timely that Rusal Windalco gets back on that trajectory so that that plant can become far more efficient in the way it uses energy, and that location will no longer be a swing location, but a firm one in their firmament. Associated with that, Mr. Speaker, is a project that I had done tremendous work in, and it has to do with the waste that exists at Euroton, because we had proven beyond any doubt that in them waste lies something called rare earth elements. And there it was found that at that location, the concentration of rare earth was even greater than elsewhere. And after we were able to secure intellectual property rights with the Japanese company, I just would like to know where we are with that project. We had a problem with the market shifting, but it's my understanding that we might be coming back to a situation where the market is more conducive for that investment to happen. And finally, Minister, last week we saw in the media some issue with the government and Rusal in court. That has to do with the plant at Kirkvine and those reserves being terminated. Probably you could give us an update. I know when matters are before courts, we always use the sub judice principle not to speak much, but we were taken unawares, so perhaps you could just apprise us as to what the issues are. Again, we are very pleased that we are at this point, and we hope that we will not have to return to this issue in relation to sanctions against Rusal. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, to address the three concerns raised by the member from East Kingston and Port Royal. With regards to the energy program, we intend to re-engage the management at UC Rusal to go back on track, because they themselves acknowledge the inefficiencies of the current power plant, but they were seriously distracted with the sanctions. So we intend to re-engage very, very quickly to go back on track with the energy program. With regards to the rare earth, thank you very much, teacher. Rare earth minerals, as you are well aware, and hinted that a large country close to Japan had dropped the prices and we had a shift in the market. While the market is showing signs of recovery, it is not yet sufficiently recovered to make an investment of the kind sustainable. But the Ministry of Mining, as well as Geology and Mines Division, are keeping a very active eye on it, because like you, I too have an interest, because I remember when it all started, when the building was being done up in Hope, I had a lot of interest in it, and I will continue to keep that interest. As it regards to the matter with Kirkvine, you have rightfully placed it, sir. You are an attorney at law, I am not. It is before the courts, and at this point I cannot comment.
Minister, do you have any idea, because one of the things when those sanctions were implemented by the United States government, they had also implemented sanctions on Chinese firms, particularly those firms of imported aluminum products, which would have had an impact on Gisco, for instance, in St. Elizabeth. And I know both on this side and that side, there's tremendous optimism for Gisco being able to start out in St. Elizabeth for that aluminum plant. Do you have any idea where we are in those discussions on what the United States is going to be doing for other countries? I've seen a relaxing on the quotas for Brazil. Now you see Rusal in terms of operation. What about China and Chinese companies?
Well, what I will say is that based on the information we have, there has been ongoing meetings, especially in the last week, between the United States government and the Chinese government, as there's a delegation in Washington with regards to sanctions and opening up of trade. So right now it does not affect our plant in St. Elizabeth, and the plant in St. Elizabeth is retooling while they maintain production, and we are hopeful that that situation will continue and the sanctions is not applicable to our Alpart plant at this time.
Do you foresee, however, because one of the main responsibilities or functions of that plant was to actually provide export opportunities for the aluminum to leave, do you perceive any problems if those sanctions continue with that export market going forward?
The relationship with the plant in St. Elizabeth and the economic zone is the plans are going full speed ahead. Minister Henry, who has responsibility for the economic zone, can better brief you. But I will tell you that based on the information that we do share, the plans are going ahead. And I know Minister Henry just came back a couple weeks ago from China, and it is full speed ahead.
Mr. Vaz. Mr. Vaz, please turn on your mic.
1, 2, 1, 2. Okay, thank you. So, Speaker, in my sectoral presentation to Parliament earlier this financial year, I indicated to the nation that a change is coming in relation to the manner in which we as Jamaicans treat our environment and the country's natural resources. As an indication of that much needed change, I elaborated on, inter alia, the measures that the government intends to take to minimize the country's plastic waste generation and management. The government, through my ministry, the Ministry of Economic Growth and Job Creation, has made good on its commitment to the population with the implementation of a ban on a phased basis on single-use plastics, namely plastic bags of a specified dimension and thickness, plastic drinking straws, and expanded polystyrene foam products used in the food and beverage industry, effective January 1st, 2019. Implementation of the ban is governed by two ministerial orders, that is, the Trade Plastic Packaging Material Prohibition Order and the NRCA Plastic Packaging Materials Prohibition Order. The public response to the ban has been overwhelmingly positive, and I'd like to thank all Jamaicans for their continued cooperation.
Mr. Speaker, I'm just asking the Minister if you could, as usual, circulate a copy of the statement.
Thank you. You interrupted me for that?
Yes.
Oh, it's coming. Thank you. Mr. Speaker, as I said, the public's response to the ban has been overwhelmingly positive, and I'd like to thank all Jamaicans for their continued cooperation and support in ensuring that the implementation of this measure continues to be a success. Mr. Speaker, it is the government's intention to continue the public education and awareness program being undertaken by the National Environmental and Planning Agency and the Jamaica Information Service across the length and breadth of the island. Additionally, Mr. Speaker, the relevant regulatory agencies, including the Jamaica Customs Agency, NEPA, the National Compliance and Regulatory Authority, and the Bureau of Standards Jamaica, will be intensifying their monitoring activities and commence their enforcement actions in the coming weeks. I take this opportunity to reiterate my invitation to the public to submit any queries, suggestions, or comments regarding the implementation of the ban on single-use plastics to policyonplasticban@nepa.gov.jm or call 876-285-8531. So again, Mr. Speaker, policyonplasticban@nepa.gov.jm or 876-285-8531. Mr. Speaker, change is never easy and can be disruptive, but change is necessary if we are to ensure a good quality of life for present and future generations of Jamaicans. The ban on single-use plastic, while it serves to mitigate some of the country's waste management challenges, is not a panacea. My colleague, the Minister of Local Government and Community Development and the National Solid Waste Management Authority, will continue to strengthen the country's waste management infrastructure and regulatory framework. However, the effective management of the country's waste is not only the responsibility of the government, but also the private sector, civil society, and ordinary Jamaicans. Collectively, we can realize the much-needed change. Mr. Speaker, I call upon the private sector, including our micro, small, and medium-sized enterprises, to seize the opportunity presented through the ban to supply Jamaican designed and produced alternative products for the domestic and regional markets. As you are aware, both the Development Bank of Jamaica and the Exim Bank have been requested to support the private sector in making the transition to alternative packaging. As part of the national program to minimize plastic waste, I also made reference in my sectoral presentation to the implementation of a deposit refund scheme for polyethylene PET and high-density polyethylene HDP bottles or plastic bottles. Mr. Speaker, over 50% of plastic waste generated in the island are plastic bottles. Indeed, approximately 850 million plastic bottles are placed on the local market each year. Unfortunately, only a small percentage of these bottles are collected in the formal waste management system or recycled. As one traverses the country, you will see the plastic bottles indiscriminately discarded among the major thoroughfares, open lots, dumps, gullies, drains, and other waterways. Not only are these bottles unsightly, but they are potential hosts for vectors such as mosquitoes and have contributed to the flooding which occurs in several of the main urban centers after heavy rains. This was recently evidenced by large quantities of plastic bottles seen in the Kingston Harbor, as well as several of the major drains and gullies within the Kingston metropolitan area, Montego Bay, and other major towns after the rains the island experienced 2 weeks ago. Indeed, each International Coastal Cleanup Day, the country is alarmed at the increasing volume of plastic waste collected along our coast. Business as usual, Mr. Speaker, is not an option. The time for change is long gone. The time for change has to be now. The government has partnered with the private sector in supporting Recycling Partners of Jamaica Limited through its contribution of 50 million Jamaican dollars per annum to facilitate the collection of recycling of plastic bottles. Despite Recycling Partners of Jamaica Limited's effort to date, Mr. Speaker, only 11% of the plastic bottles generated are collected. This level of recovery is inadequate and will not ensure the change the government intends to effect. Studies have shown that the implementation of a deposit refund scheme or deposit return system for specific category of waste, including plastic bottles, can result in a reduction in litter, increase in recycling rates, and creation of decent jobs, reduction of poverty, as well as support for the green and circular economies. It should be noted, however, that the implementation of a deposit refund scheme is not new to Jamaica. A deposit refund scheme has been successfully implemented by one of the country's major bottlers for several decades to facilitate the recovery of its crate and glass bottles. Institution of a deposit refund scheme on plastic bottles is therefore an expansion of a tried and true approach which the government has embraced as a viable strategy for addressing the millions of plastic bottles generated in the country every year. Indeed, the Most Honorable Prime Minister had indicated in his contribution to the 2018-2019 budget debate in this Honorable House that the government's commitment to support a deposit refund scheme for plastic bottles. He had also indicated that the private sector had submitted a proposal for the deposit refund scheme which was being considered by government. The idea of a private sector-led deposit refund scheme for plastic bottles was also one which was endorsed by the National Partnership Council. I'm therefore happy, Mr. Speaker, today that the private sector has stepped up to the plate and they will therefore provide further details of this private sector-led deposit refund scheme initiative for plastic bottles. The deposit refund scheme will allow for the application of a deposit on plastic bottles placed on the market and a cash rebate to the consumer on the return of these bottles to designated redemption centers across the island. The scheme will be implemented by a reconstituted Recycle Partners Jamaica Limited. It is important, Mr. Speaker, to note that participating members of the private sector have instituted a self-imposed cess of $1 per bottle to start, which will see an initial private sector investment of $850 million into the program in the first year. The initial investment in Recycling Partners will be used to put in place collection points, increase collection capacity by way of truck purchases, and fund an expanded education campaign. It is the expectation of the government and should be the expectation of the public that this $1 deposit per bottle will increase the capacity for the collection in place. In lending its support to the deposit refund scheme, the government has charged the private sector partners to ensure the scheme is fully operationalized in early 2019-20 financial year. The requisite infrastructure is in place to facilitate the effective implementation of the deposit refund scheme, including the siting of redemption centers to allow for ease of return of the bottles by consumers, and most importantly, that the plastic bottle recovery rate of at least 85% is achieved within the first 4 years of the implementation of this scheme. So, Mr. Speaker, just to be clear, the goals are clearly set out, but there's a road to get there. So the $850 million that will be collected on this self-imposed cess of $1 will be used to build out the infrastructure. And the government will help in any regard in terms of sites that may be required that government owns, land, so that we can have them spread across the country so people can access them easier. And it will work, the networking will work that much better. Mr. Speaker, additionally, the deposit refund scheme must be supported by a comprehensive and sustained national education and awareness program, because again, we have got to change the thinking and the culture of how we operate, or how we have operated. The government will monitor the implementation of the deposit refund scheme to ensure accountability and transparency, and if deemed necessary, promulgate legislation to govern the scheme. Unrefunded deposits will be used to maintain the deposit refund scheme, as well as to provide support to the National Solid Waste Management Authority in its effort to improve the island's waste management infrastructure. So this will be an additional partnership to help with resources for the Solid Waste Agency. Again, Mr. Speaker, the plastic bottles, once collected, present an excellent opportunity for our recyclers to catalyze economic activity, particularly at the micro and small levels, by designing and producing products for the local and regional consumption. Plastics, by their chemical characteristics, takes decades, in some cases thousands of years, to degrade in the environment. Hence, collection of the plastic for disposal at landfills is not a suitable solution to the long term, particularly in small island developing states such as Jamaica, where land is scarce and extremely valuable resource. Mr. Speaker, I have seen and received proposals for the use of these bottles in the construction and as inputs in other sectors. The government of Jamaica would like to see these proposals come to fruition and stand ready to support viable ventures. The members of this House can be assured that this policy initiative will increase the availability of plastic bottles as raw materials for other business initiatives, ensuring that there are improved prospects for existing operators and new entrants. The country must therefore employ creative and sustainable approaches to manage its plastic waste. It is a social cost as well as an environmental cost, which we need to factor into our consumption decision. As consumers, we must all take a more responsible approach in the actions we take or not take for the survival and sustainability of Jamaica. Mr. Speaker, I therefore call upon all Jamaicans to get involved, reduce, reuse, and recycle. We all have a responsibility to create the Jamaica we want for future generations. Mr. Speaker, again, a new Jamaica is emerging, and each and every Jamaican needs to play an active role in this renewal. Thank you very much, sir.
Mr. Bunting.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The objectives of this statement, Mr. Speaker, the reduction of plastic waste and the update on the plastic bottle deposit refund scheme is something that I think the opposition and indeed all well-thinking Jamaicans will support. We supported the ban on the single-use plastic bags, even though we think there were some
hitches in the implementation. Perhaps we could have done a better job on the public education. In hindsight, some of it has been corrected with phasing in. I would still encourage the minister to put a little more emphasis on the public education, because there's a fair amount of confusion right now as to where we are. When you go to the supermarket or to stores generally, in some places they think the ban is off and they're dealing with the plastics as usual. So we understand sometimes in the urgency of implementation, some mistakes are made, but overall, if we correct those, I think this is a policy that everyone can get on board with. I have some concerns with respect to the Jamaican manufacturers. And not that they should be unaffected by this, because if we ban the importation and then we continue to allow Jamaicans to manufacture indefinitely, then it would frustrate the objective. However, I have heard sincere and not unreasonable complaints that where local manufacturers have invested tens of millions of dollars in equipment to manufacture styrofoam and other packaging, to give them 1 year to phase out seems unreasonable relative to other countries which have had a longer transition period. And perhaps that is something you could look at, Minister. We wouldn't want to make it, forever, but I think to give them a fair chance to recover some of their investment, or maybe to assist them in re-exporting the equipment and finding a second market for it. But, in a sense, with the short notice that was given for the implementation, it would have affected their capital expenditure plans and potentially their viability over time. So I'd ask you to look at that area to see how we can mitigate the impact on local manufacturers. The deposit refund scheme, I think, is something that we should get on board. I like that it's private sector led, but I also think the government should create some incentives so that you don't have free riders on the system, where some companies try to be environmentally responsible and make the investment and carry the burden of putting the recycling arrangements in place, but you can have some free riders on the system who don't care and just continue their old ways. So I think the government should, in a sense, back up the private sector initiative by looking at, even if not on day one, but again on a phased basis of making it compulsory for this deposit refund scheme. And I also am a bit concerned that $1 Jamaican is not going to be sufficient incentive. I think typically in the US, I think it's a 5 cents or somewhere 5 cents for each plastic bottle refund. It might vary by states, but I can't recall seeing it less than 5 cents. So that would be, I think in Jamaica we should be looking something more like $5 to create a real incentive and, for people to do the recycling. But the recycling, again, and we're dealing with a complex issue, it's not a one initiative that's going to solve this problem. I think we have to come at it from a lot of different directions. In addition to all of that, I think part of the challenge we're facing, Minister, is that when you go around the country, particularly in many of our rural towns and in some of our inner city communities, the place just, littered with plastic bottles and plastic bags. It is exacerbated by the fact that the schedule of garbage collection is too long. I mean, in many communities, the official collection cycle is 1 week, but the reality is a month. And therefore, during that time, there's insufficient storage capacity. Dogs scatter it out. It makes it just extremely difficult. So I think, again, some more investment in the
NSWMA's capacity to improve the amount of containers that they put out there. I know there are concerns about putting skips, Minister, and that the skips become a center of attracting rats, and it creates other things if it is not collected frequently enough. But if we had these central points that were serviced like every day, then it would avoid these things happening. So this is not a problem that has come upon us suddenly. It took a long time to get where we are, but I think we are really at a point where our environment, which is so important for our earning capacity as a tourism-based economy, where our environment is going to start to sabotage those efforts for our tourists, but even more importantly, have impact on our own sense of pride, identity, the public health issues. Particularly, we're talking about some of the mosquito-borne vectors that have been, negatively affecting our communities in recent times. So just to recap, Minister, we support these initiatives. We ask that you look carefully at the public education, at the phasing in of some of them, and in supporting it with strong government measures to back up the private initiative, increase maybe over time the refund, the amount of the refund from $1 to at least $5 or $6 or $7, and then to put more resources into the NSWMA to improve on putting more receptacles, whether individual, household, small street receptacles, skips, etc., and to increase the frequency of collection of these right around the island. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker. Whichever you prefer. I want to overload. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Just to respond to the 3 points that were made, very solid, good points, which have been raised with me almost everywhere I go. The not enough time in relation to the plastic ban member. I just remind you that the private member motion was in September 2016. It was mentioned by me in two sectoral debates thereafter. So whereas it was September to January, the signal was sent long ago. And I don't want to belabor it because I can accept some of the points you're making, but no amount of public relation, if people are not listening, is going to be successful. And the fact of the matter is that governments are accustomed to making grandeur announcements and no implementation, and I think a part of that was also in the mix. Hence, when January came, some of the very retailers had made no arrangements for alternative packaging. But we're not going to start a blame game here. What we're going to say is that we figured that from 2016, with the signal being sent, that a lot more could have been done. In relation to additional public relation, we've been caught in the government financial year cycle. So we did spend almost $50 million, and there is money in the new budget year to continue. That is in relation to the plastic ban. As it relates to, again, the information as it relates to the styrofoam, the ban is on importation of polystyrene as of January 2019 and January 2020 for the manufacturers. That is something that is still an ongoing discussion, but let me just hasten to say that based on the signal from 2016 that was sent, for people that would have invested in new machinery between 2016 and 2019, who are now asking for another 5 or 6 years, to me, that is totally unreasonable and unacceptable. Yes? And that is the case. I won't call any names, but that is the case. So, pardon me? 5 or 6 more years. And there were people who invested in machinery between the first announcement of 2016 and the imposition of the ban in 2019. That is a business chance that you take, and depending on what happens, you win or you lose. But I'm taking on board the 1 year and see if we can come up with something. In relation to the deposit refund scheme, you have not only my support and sympathy, but you have the Prime Minister's. However, let me just clarify. The dollar is an imposition to get the infrastructure. There is a proposal to move the dollar to $3 in September of this year. The commitment that I have from the industry players, the manufacturers, is we will move it to where it needs to go to be successful in getting the 4 years 85%. But bear in mind that the consumer is going to end up with. So what I'm saying to you is that we have to be mindful to manage it in terms of the pros and cons. The other thing is in relation to the whole layout and rollout of it. I have asked the private sector team, which has Capri involved, to please make a formal presentation to the opposition spokespersons and opposition members so that you are fully aware, because this is something, a collaborative approach to be successful, the benefit of having a one-on-one to be able to pass on. Lastly, Mr. Speaker, the solid waste collection. You would have heard the Prime Minister speak recently, I can't remember what occasion it was, in relation to the boosting of the capabilities, including the possible leasing or purchasing of 100 trucks. That has to be part of this, because that's what you call join-up government. The Ministry of Environment can't be moving in one direction, trying to strengthen the environment and the protection of the environment, if it is that the other side of government is not. So it is a join-up approach, and we are working. Also, if you heard what I said in relation to, you mentioned the free riders. We have decided not to go with legislation and to try and see how we get everybody on board. If it is that they come back to me and say that the big people are paying their piece and the smaller ones are not, we will make sure to make the amendment. But we prefer to start in this vein to see what sort of buying and thing. But as you know, there'll always have people that don't want to pay. So I think, member, that pretty much addresses your concerns, and they are worthwhile, and we look forward to working with the opposition and the private sector to make both the plastic ban and the deposit refund scheme successful from day one.
Mr. Fagan, before you proceed, I just want to say that following the statement by ministers and the response of the portfolio opposition spokesperson, any member may ask questions. So I'm looking forward to questions.
Yeah. Who you recognize? I don't know. Yeah. Yeah? No? Minister. Yeah, good man. Endorse what has been said so far, and solid waste management and environment, critical issues right now. And as has been said, the ban came on plastics. It's been a little of a rocky road, but the country, I think, overall supports it. My question for you is, if you could explain a little more on the modalities of how the deposit scheme would work. I know you may not have all the granular details, but just kind of explain how it would work in terms of you said the 850 million is really being invested by the bottlers to kind of put the necessary infrastructure in place to enable it to happen. But then how would whatever the figure is, whether it's 3 or 5 or whatever the dollar amount is, or on how would that work? How would people avail themselves of it? How would it be collected, etc.? If you could just explain that. In my constituency, we have a nice project where one of these JSIF concrete containers that has been come just a dump, where people just come on into the constituency and just dump rubbish and it's rat. And yeah, we have built a little depot for a recycling project with Recycle 360, one of the pioneering companies, very creative company, making raw material out of waste. They are running that project for us. And it's just a pilot, but we're on board fully. We want to see more of that because solid waste is such a big problem for us in our area. But I'd love to hear a little bit more about how the deposit side of it would work.
Just to give you a, remember. I know why you're confused with it. Yeah, remember, so I'm going to ask, after I finish, I'm going to ask the minister responsible for solid waste to kind of give you a kind of overview. But in relation to the question that you asked, so the 850 is to build out the infrastructure. Once that infrastructure is built out, and we are in a position now to have these depots, have the equipment, etc., etc., then they'll move now to put a price, whether it's the $3 or the $5, depending on what the market says, etc. And those participating companies, which are the major companies, will obviously have to put some kind of thing on the label of their product, which will then be part of the process. So the money will be redeemable at the point of purchase, or if those persons who make it a business to collect these bottles and bring them to a depot, because of the labeling, will be able to be easily monitored, and of course cash payments or whatever type of electronic payments will be made for them from the depots that are controlled by the recycling partners and from the partners who are a part of the overall. So you'll get the real details in the presentation that will be made to you in short order, but just to say it will be no different from the existing deposit refund scheme that has existed in Jamaica, only using a lot more technology and of course a lot more depots all around Jamaica where people can easily access to be able to recover the rebate of whatever price it is. Minister, you want it?
Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I hear you. In respect to joint up approach, but in respect to the municipal corporations, and I hear the argument about National Solid Waste Management Authority being part of it. But what is the role of the municipal corporations in this particular effort? And also, Mr. Speaker, what is the monitoring mechanism that is in place to manage this whole process that you talk about?
Just clarify that for me, please, member. What is the what? The monitoring?
With all the arrangements that are put in place, and what is going to happen in the respective municipalities or the corporations, what is it that, who will be more or less managing the process within these corporations?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Very good question, member. So the Recycle Partners Jamaica is going to be reconfigured, and it will have government representation, private sector representation, and also other, whether it is JET, Jamaica Environmental Trust, possibly opposition. So we're going to do something that has a broad-based representation that will be responsible for the oversight, not only in relation to the transparency and accountability from the monies that are being collected and how it is being spent, but also in relation to the operational side of it. So there will be a board, and I can indicate preliminary that the recommendation based on the amount of work that has been done in consultation with Capri is for Dr. Damian King to be proposed as the person who would chair the new board after consultations. So we're already going in terms of the restructuring. The MOU with Recycle Partners expires in March of this year. So a new MOU and a whole new reconfiguration, which will be made public at that time. But you are right, it will require very stringent management and, of course, a very solid board of directors that is made up of several different areas of private sector and government.
Mr. Hilton.
Just to follow, yes. Corporations will have representatives on these boards.
Absolutely, and consultations are already in force with that. However, bear in mind that whatever the final arrangement is, the new board of Recycle Partners of Jamaica would be the responsible body in relation to the oversight of the deposit refund scheme.
Mr. Hilton.
Minister, as you can see from the response from the opposition supports in principle this effort. The opportunity to ask some questions here today, I think, is welcome. But speaking for myself personally, this is a welcome initiative because it seems as if every plastic bottle in Jamaica end up in Seaview or in Riverton. And it has been a bane of our existence for this time. Having said that, you know I'm very interested in. I've agreed that the $1 is really not sufficient, and that I join my colleague in suggesting that we look at something more elevated. But in saying that, I want to be clear about what is the likely impact of that increase on the cost of and prices to the consumer. Will there be, in the mechanism that you have devised, is there likely to be an impact on the prices for consumer? I'm asking him in the mechanism if there is any likelihood of an impact on prices to the consumers.
Yes, it has been indicated by the manufacturers that the $1, which they are proposing to start on February the 1st, which was day before yesterday, that the $1 would be borne by the consumer. So the issue, as I said before, remember, as I said before when I was responding to Member Bunting, when we mention 5 or 7 or 10 or 15, we have to be cognizant that whereas we want to get to a 4-year 85% collection, that we have to manage the inflationary aspect of it, because obviously it's going to be passed on to the consumer. So $1 to get the infrastructure going will give them enough time to do some more research and to try and find that price position that can make sure that they are not priced out, and of course at the same time we are able to do and meet the objective. But very good question.
And no, the additional point I wish to make is that when you consider the particular circumstance of my constituents where all this bottle is coming down, what I'd like to ask is whether there's room for consideration of a program or projects that we can work together on to. Okay, thank you.
Mr. Speaker, member, that is absolutely what Recycle Partners will be doing, identifying strategic locations, and there will be great opportunities, especially in an area like yours, where people wouldn't have to go anywhere but just to go to the nearest drain or the nearest stream or river. And just to mention, member, for your benefit, that shortly you will be hearing about the tires that are causing your air pollution problem. That is also a work in progress with Minister Mackenzie, and we are hoping that early in the new financial year we can announce it and the rollout of it, because that also is a critical aspect of it. So good things are coming to West St. Andrew.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I don't know if government don't do research. What you have just said is something that we launched in 2013. Can you protect me, Mr. Speaker, from this imbecile here? What? You're in spirit? Wait, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Ascot, go ahead with your question.
Could you protect me from this?
Go ahead with your question, Mr. Ascot.
This. All right. So, is a friend. Mr. Speaker, can you rule him out of order?
Mr. Ascot, address the speaker and go ahead
Let
with
me
your
say
question.
something here. I want to listen and learn because you make too much noise. You have that initiative. Listen and learn. That's why you're so dumb. Mr. Speaker, an initiative was launched led by the private sector known as Jamaica Recycles. $75 million Jamaican dollars was made available by the government of Jamaica in a partnership with the private sector. With Cinco, True Juice, and a number of other companies were involved. And you must know it. The initiative came, the committee was chaired by Mrs. Bradber, right? It was functioning. A number of centers in Portmore, in Manchester, in St. Mary was set up, and you can check it. Wisynco was proactive in the process. Now, what I want to know is the NSW, look, a number of entities operated, right? And I would like to know precisely what has happened. 75 million was spent, right? No, the program was ongoing. A number of centers, collection centers were there. NSWA was a part of it. A MOU was signed and set up. Now, the Minister of Finance is here. There is an environmental levy charged on any plastic container or raw material for plastic coming into Jamaica, and it was supposed to be utilized for programs like these. I want to ask the Minister, well, at some point, how much is that fund? Has it been utilized, or will it be utilized in this program? And how much to this time is accumulated in the environmental levy, which was supposed to be dealing with the recycling programs and so on, and disposal of plastic products that come into Jamaica? So one thing I want to...
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, member. So in relation to the last question that you asked, I would suggest that you table those questions because I wouldn't have those answers based on my portfolio responsibility. What I can say to you is that if you had listened to my presentation, or maybe you weren't here at the time, the initiative that you started in 2013 continued up until this year, where we have committed $50 million per year to recycling partners. However, the issue with that is that with the partnership with recycle partners as it is now, we have only been able to collect approximately 11% of the 830 million plastic bottles that are being put into the environment on an annual basis. Hence, on assessment of that, we have realized that we have to go to another step, which is why the deposit refund scheme is being introduced. And the bottom line is that I commend you for the initiative because it's on the right track. However, 11% from 2013 to now does not cut it. We need to get to 85% within the next 4 years if we are to even have a chance of getting on top of these plastic bottles before they drown all of us and drown Jamaica. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker.
No, Mr. Speaker.
Oh, you're sorry.
Please, thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just a follow-up to the Minister. I'm not sure if you're prepared now or if you would want the question to be tabled later, but it would be interesting, Minister, based on the response that you just gave to the member, to understand what were some of the major underlying reasons for that very low collection, and therefore how this new initiative, what are you going to do differently to ensure that you actually obtain a different result? The question that I think was not answered from the member was the infrastructure that exists and that $75 million of taxpayers' money was expended. How does that fit into the cost that is associated with what you're intending to do?
Very good question, member. Let me just make it categorically clear that this new deposit refunds scheme program will require no funds from the government. Absolutely. Whereas we've been allocating $50 million, this is a self-imposed cess, and this $830 million will be self-generated by that. The initiative prior with Recycling Partners was a great initiative. Underfunded, and the infrastructure therefore did not keep up with the rate of the amount of bottles that were coming into the system. So it's not a situation where we can blame mismanagement or inefficiency. Basically, it was just not enough. The $50 million from Jamaica matching with whatever it was, I think they matched us $50 million as well, some kind of even match. So $100 million a year would only really give you a minimal response. And therefore, with $830 million from this, we will have 8 times the ability to be able to roll out the infrastructure. One of the critical things, remember, is trucks. If you don't have the trucks to get there and tell somebody that you're coming on Wednesday and you come on Wednesday, and you miss Wednesday and then you have to keep all of those plastic bottles for another week, reliability is going to be key to the efficiency, and therefore that's why the infrastructure is critical. So just to say that the Recycling Partners and the original outlived its usefulness in terms of how the production rate went.
House Leader. Announcements.
Laid on the table of the House today are the following: Ministry Paper number 2 of 19, Annual Report and Financial Statements of the Sugar Industry Authority for the year 2016-2017. Ministry Paper number 3 of 19, Annual Report and Financial Statements of the Cocoa Industry Board for the year ending September 30, 2015. Ministry Paper number 4 of 19, Annual Report of the Jamaica Agricultural Society for the year ended March 31, 2016. Annual Report and Audited Financial Statements of the Culture, Health, Arts, Sports and Education Chase Fund for the year 2017-2018. Annual Report and Audited Financial Statements of the Jamaica Social Investment Fund, JSIF, for the year 2017-2018. Annual Report of the Broadcasting Commission of Jamaica, BCJ, for the year 2017-2018. Integrity Commission Special Report of Investigation into a complaint regarding the issuance of lobster fishery licenses to a family member of a then government minister. Annual Report of the Integrity Commission for 2016. The law reform zones of special operations, special security and community development measures, the Denham Town Community Zone, extension of period of operation, Order 2019. Law reform zones of special operations, special security and community development measures, the Denham Town Community Zone, extension of period of operation, Order Resolution 2019. the law reforms zones of special operations, special security and community development measures, the Mount Salem community and environs in the parish of St. James Zone, extension of period of operation order 2019. The law reforms zones of special operations, special security and community development measures, the Mount Salem community and environs in the parish of St. James Zone, extension of period of operation order resolution 2019. The Pension, Superannuation Funds and Retirement Schemes Investment Amendment Regulations 2019. The Pensions, Superannuation Funds and Retirement Schemes Investment Amendment Resolution. Certified Appropriation Account Management Institute for National Development, MIND, from the Auditor General's Department. Head 1649 for 2015 to 2016. Ministry Paper number 6, the Law Reform Zones of Special Operations, Special Security and Community Development Measures, the Denham Town Community Zone Social Intervention, February 5, 2019. Ministry Paper number 7 of 2019, the Law Reform Zones of Special Operations, Special Security and Community Development Measures, the Mount Salem Community and environs in the parish of St. James Zone, Social Interventions, September 1, 2017 through January 31, 2019, dated February 5, 2019. Jamaica Annual Report of the Integrity Commission on its activities for the years 2014 and 2015.
Bills brought from the Senate, petitions, papers, reports from committees, notice of motion given, report from Mr. Chuck. Any reports from committee?
Mr. Speaker, I beg to give notice that at the next meeting of the House, I will move the following two motions. The law reform, zones of special operations, special security and community development measures, the Denham Town Community Zone extension period of operation order resolution 2019, under the Law Reform Zones of Special Operations, Special Security and Community Development Measures Act 2017. And whereas in accordance with that section, the Prime Minister in Council made the Law Reform Zones of Special Operations, Special Security and Community Development Measures Declaration of the Denham Town Community Zones number 2, order 2017. And whereas that order provides that the said zone shall operate for a period of 60 days, and whereas section 5 of the Act provides that the Prime Minister in Council, after consultation with the Joint Command, may, by order, subject to affirmative resolution of the House of Representatives, extend the said period for such further periods, each not exceeding 60 days. And whereas on the 5th day of February 2019, the Prime Minister in Council made the Law Reform Zones of Special Operations, Special Security and Community Development Measures, the Denham Town Community Zone extension period of operation order 2019. Now therefore be it resolved by this Honourable House as follows. 1. This resolution may be cited as the Law Reform Zones of Special Operations, Special Security and Community Development Measures, the Denham Town Community Zone, extension of period of operation, Order Resolution 2019. And 2, the Law Reform Zones of Special Operations, Special Security and Community Development Measures, the Denham Town Community Zone, extension of period of operation, Order 2019, is hereby affirmed. order number 2. Whereas Section 4 of the Law Reform Zones of Special Operations, Special Security and Community Development Measures Act 2017, hereinafter referred to as the Act, provides that the Prime Minister in Council may, by order, declare any geographically defined area within a single continuous boundary in Jamaica as a zone of special operations for a period not exceeding 60 days if there are reasonable grounds to believe that due to rampant criminality, gang warfare, escalating violence, and murder, and the threat to the rule of law and public order, it is necessary so to do. And whereas, in accordance with that section, the Prime Minister in Council made the Law Reform Zones of Special Operations, Special Security and Community Development Measures, the Mount Salem Community and Environs in the Parish of St. James Order 2017, and whereas that order provides that the said zone shall operate for a period of 60 days, and whereas Section 5 of the Act provides that the Prime Minister in Council, after consultation with the Joint Command, may, by order subject to affirmative resolution of the House of Representatives, extend the said period for such further periods not exceeding 60 days. And whereas on the 5th day of February 2019, the Prime Minister in Council made the Law Reform Zones of Special Operations, Special Security and Community Development Measures, the Mount Salem Community and Environs in the Parish of St. James Zone, Extension of Period of Operation, Order 2019. Now therefore be it resolved by this Honourable House as follows. 1. This resolution may be cited as the Law Reform Zones of Special Operations, Special Security and Community Development Measures, the Mount Salem Community and Environs in the Parish of St. James Zone, Extension of Period of Operation, Order, Resolution 2019. The Law Reform 2, the Law Reform Zones of Special Operations, Special Security and Community Development Measures, the Mount Salem Community and Environs in the Parish of St. James Zone, Extension of Period of Operation, Order 2019 is hereby affirmed. Mr. Speaker, I further beg to give notice that at a later stage today, I will move for the suspension of the standing orders to enable me to take these motions.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to give notice that at the next meeting of the House, I'll move the following motion. The Pension Superannuation Fund and Retirement Schemes Act. The Pension Superannuation Funds and Retirement Schemes Investment Amendment Regulations 2019 Resolution. Whereas Section 58, subsection 1 of the Pensions Superannuation Funds and Retirement Schemes Act, the hereinafter called the Act, provides that the Financial Services Commission may, with the approval of the Minister, make regulations providing for such matters as may be necessary or expedient for the purposes of this Act, and without prejudice to the generality of the foregoing, the regulations may contain provisions in relation to all or any of the following. A. Registers to be kept for the purposes of the Act. B. Provisions to be contained in a trust deed and plan, rules, or master trust deed. C. Any other matter required by this Act to be prescribed. And whereas the Financial Services Commission, with the approval of the Minister, on the 25th day of January 2019, made the Pensions, Superannuation Funds and Retirement Schemes Investment Amendment Regulations 2019, and whereas it is desirable that the Pensions, Superannuation Funds and Retirement Schemes Investment Amendment Regulations 2019 be affirmed, now therefore be it resolved by this Honourable House as follows. This resolution may be cited as the Pensions, Superannuation Funds and Retirement Schemes Investment Amendment Regulations 2019 Resolution. 2. The Pensions, Superannuation Funds and Retirement Schemes Investment Amendment Regulations 2019, which were laid on the table of the House on the 5th day of February 2019 are hereby affirmed.
Mr. Chuck.
Mr. Speaker, I beg you to give notice that at the next meeting of the House, I will move to introduce and have read the first time a bill shortly entitled the Law Reform Amendment of Penalties Act 2019. This, Mr. Speaker, is the penalties, the revision of penalties of the laws, and the Ministry of Justice bills are are in this penalties. We are hoping that other ministries will provide their update of the laws. But in this bill before the House, they relate to matters in the Ministry of Justice. You will see penalties which in the past were $20, $40, and $100 have now been brought up to date, and we're hoping that shortly they will be dealt with in the House.
Questions and answer to questions. Motion that maybe.
Mr. Speaker, could the Prime Minister answer questions that have been?
Mr. Speaker, the time being 4:29, I move that standing orders relating to the time beyond which questions can be asked and answered be suspended to enable the questions to be taken today.
Those in favor? Those in favor? Those against? Ayes have it. Question and answers to questions.
Will the Prime Minister answer the questions that have been tabled in my name? And could I have a copy, please?
Prime Minister.
Would the Prime Minister indicate whether or not there were disciplinary charges laid by Petrojam against its immediate past human resource manager? Response: yes, disciplinary charges were laid by Petrojam against its immediate past human resource manager. If the answer is in the affirmative, would the Prime Minister indicate the nature and scope of these charges? Response: the answer is already delivered in the public domain. The legal advice is that given the nature and scope of the charges, that the presentation of the information could possibly have legal implications. We'll answer. Mr. Speaker, further, question number 3, would the Prime Minister please indicate how the charges were disposed of? Again, Mr. Speaker, the legal consideration. However, seeing that there was a settlement, the charges would have been disposed of. In other words, there would be no need to continue with the charges because the person against whom the charges were made resigned. Would the Prime Minister please indicate whether or not Petrojam made a financial payout to the human resources manager on her departure from the company? Response is, again, that was disclosed in the PAC, in the PAC, forgive me, right, in the PAC. That was disclosed and is in the public domain. Mr. Speaker, if the answer to part 4 is in the affirmative, would the Prime Minister state in what amount and for what purpose? Again, it is in the public domain. Mr. Speaker, in closing the response, and though members on the opposite would have seen some amusement in the response, there is actually, and to be clear, there is actually a legal concern. My position, Mr. Speaker, when we were confronted with the information, with the request, we had to weigh the public interest for the information versus the potential liabilities that could flow to Petrojam, which is why the solution was that when asked at the PAC that the information would be provided, and it was provided to the members of the committee have since revealed the information. The truth is, Mr. Speaker, that we in Parliament have a certain type of immunity. We can speak, but in other words, we could very well here just say the challenge is that Petrojam, by virtue of the agreement that was signed, could still possibly face, and we are thoroughly researching that just to be sure that in giving the responses here, that we in no way place Petrojam at any potential legal liability. Just to be clear, so Mr. Speaker, in other words, if the members on that side, which already know the answer, stand up and ask questions by virtue of the answers, I have to make it absolutely clear that in the way in which I have conducted my own answer in this Parliament, that I do nothing to place Petrojam at risk. So I'm prepared in other words, Mr. Speaker, there are some circumstances, that should be considered. The legal settlement is still a binding document. And that is something that we have to consider. It is still a binding document. And so I have to be careful. The answer is in the public domain because from my perspective, it is important that the public knows. But there is also balancing. No, the Parliament has been told.
Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I am neither a member of the PAC or the PAAC. It is totally unacceptable for the Prime Minister to come to the Parliament and indicate that questions which may have been asked in a committee of Parliament, to which answers have been provided, are in the public domain, and so it absolves him of the responsibility of answering the questions. I am a duly elected member of the Parliament. I have tabled questions, and the Prime Minister has an obligation to answer them, to indicate to me that it is in the public domain. I don't read no newspaper since 12 o'clock. I've been dealing with Lindvale Bloomfield, so you cannot use that as any reason to not answer the questions here. It is an obfuscation. It is meant to cover up, and I expect the Prime Minister to do better and answer the questions that I have tabled.
Mr. Speaker, just to be clear, because I know the level of grandstanding that will happen. But Mr. Speaker, I'm not going to be subject to it. The truth is that we, as the government, considering the laws that surround the contract that was signed in good faith by a public entity, and balancing as well the need for the public to know, ensured that the Parliament, through one of its committee, was advised. Mr. Speaker, I made sure to come here with the documents of the settlement, and I am prepared to pass it to each member. I'm prepared for you to see it. But, Mr. Speaker, given the clause that is in the contract, the PAC, they were briefed. And it is, and Mr. Speaker, it is in the public domain.
You cannot come to the Parliament. I have asked questions. These questions were asked, should have been answered from the 27th of December, long before the PAC met. The Prime Minister has, quite frankly, dodged answering them and has come here and given a non-answer. No, you have given a non-answer.
Mr. Speaker.
A non-answer.
Mr. Speaker,
it's not acceptable.
Mr. Speaker,
this is the highest court of the land.
On a point of order, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Robbins, court of the land.
Mr. Robbins. Mr. Speaker, as the member in his statement made it clear that these questions were due at the end of December, during a period of time when we were on break. There was no attempt to dodge this question. There are mechanisms within this Parliament for sensitive matters to be reported and treated with. The PAC was not denied the information, and the PAC can come to this Parliament and report to the Parliament the information. I am not standing here trying to obfuscate or hide information. It is my inclination to answer and give the question. The issue is I also have a duty not to imperil an agency of which I have oversight.
Mr. Speaker, I'm going to remind the Prime Minister of why this is such a matter that requires a public answer here. Let me read from the Auditor General's report, page 72, 5.1.2. In addition to the position of Manager, Human Resource and Development and Administration, based on the advertisement for the position...
Mr. Robinson, the questions were answered by the... No question has been answered. The standing orders... No, please. Don't do what Colonel doing. I'm not going to be muzzled, you know. Allow me to make
I am not going to be muzzled in here.
Allow me to make my observation.
I'm not going to be muzzled.
Allow me to make my observation.
I am asking a question and I'm quoting from a report.
Allow me to make my observation. I'm saying that you're allowed to ask follow-up questions. So I'm imploring on you to raise your questions. You're reading from that is not asking any question. I want you to ask the question. I want you to ask the question.
Listen. I used to play cricket.
Please ask the question.
I am running up to the question, and I do not want to be muzzled. I will not be muzzled on this issue. This is a report tabled in this Parliament. I am going to quote from the report to indicate why this is a matter that is of public importance. And I'm going to say what the Auditor General says, so we can remind the House of why this issue shouldn't be covered up. The Auditor General, 5.1.2, the Manager Human, it says the General Manager and Manager Human Resource both had a first degree in their respective fields. Petrojam's employment policy indicated, and I quote, the company will not employ any candidate who cannot meet the minimum educational requirement for the position for which he or she is considered. So the person was hired, she was hired in a post which she had no qualifications for. Let me go to 5.1.3. I'm going to ask my question, but allow me to build up to the question. 5.1.3. We note that the employment letter dated January 30, 2017 for the manager HRDA reflected annual compensation package of 10.58 million. However, the manager received 2 months' salary at the rate of 10.58 million, after which the general manager amended the employment letter to reflect an increased salary of 12.98 million. Let me keep going. 5.1.4. While we know that this increase,
Mr. Speaker,
I am not going to be muzzled.
Mr. Robinson,
I am not going to be muzzled.
I've made the observation already.
I am not going to have questions to ask.
Please be seated.
I have questions to ask.
Please be seated, Mr. Robinson. That.
So that we don't decide and so that the public understands, the government is of the view that the information should be public. We consider it a matter of great public importance. The challenge is following a process to release the information which will not have Petrojam, that is party to a contract.
Does that contract provide for secrecy?
There is a, as some of these contracts often do, there is a non-disclosure. No, it's not. So, Mr. Speaker, if the members on the other side were to raise the information, the government is prepared to respond. What I wouldn't want to happen is for it, Mr. Speaker, we are at this position because, and I don't want to take tales out of school, but members will understand. Whilst there was a proceeding going on at Petrojam, as was raised earlier about disciplinary proceedings, certain comments were made in this House regarding disciplinary proceedings started pursuant to the dismissal of the person in question. Once that was said in the public domain, it, in a sense, prejudiced the proceedings, the disciplinary proceedings, which you referred to, which had started. Because then it became that the proceedings were already determined to dismiss. And which is why I'm very careful that comments that I make in this House could become the subject of further legal proceedings. So I'm not avoiding a debate. I just want to be in a position where no statement that I make can become the subject of any further legal debate.
All right, let me
No, just to be clear, the member is saying that I can say anything in Parliament, but that's not the issue. If what I say, for example, deprives someone of something that they are entitled to or prejudices something that someone is entitled to, they would still have open. So, you know, we are not at large to just make any statement that we want. We have to consider it carefully. So I'm prepared for the debate, but I just want it to be clear. We're not hiding from a debate. We are prepared for a debate, but I just want to be on good legal footing.
All right, let me ask you two questions. Can you indicate what the payout was to the manager, former manager HRD, and did you, as the portfolio minister with responsibility for Petrojam, approve of that payment?
Mr. Speaker, as you would have known, the contract is subject to a non-disclosure arrangement. Mr. Speaker, when Mr. Speaker, based upon the legal advice the board followed the legal advice. Then, Mr. Speaker, the board informed me about the board of Petrojam. The new board of Petrojam informed me of proceedings, disciplinary proceedings that were instated against the former HR manager, when the board, by virtue of their own analysis and by virtue of things that were said in Parliament and coming from the disciplinary proceedings, made a decision that they would settle. The board informed me that they would approve the decision to settle. That settlement, of course, was developed, put together by the management. So I was informed that there was a settlement. In terms of the details of the settlement, I would not be informed of that.
So let me, first of all, Prime Minister, can you confirm whether $9.2 million was paid to the manager, HRD? On the issue of non-disclosure, I find it unusual in a public company where public funds are being expended, where the Auditor General has delivered a detailed report, that you could have a non-disclosure arrangement with a manager and a settlement made using taxpayers' money for which taxpayers are not entitled to that information. And you are the portfolio minister at the time who must have either approved, or when it was sent to you, you could have indicated to the board a concern. You could have said, I don't agree with this. What was your response when the information came to you?
Prime Minister, please turn on your mic.
From Southeast St. Andrew, you have raised the figure. Just remind me, what was your figure?
$9.2 million.
Well, remember, the figure that I have comes close but not exactly to what you have mentioned. The settlement, Mr. Speaker, would amount to 8 months' salary.
But you know there were two salaries. So you had the 10 point. So according to the Auditor General, page 72, when she signed her employment letter, her salary was $10.58 million. When it was amended less than 2 months later, it was $12.977. So when you said it amounted to 8 months, of which salary?
Mr. Speaker, it would be 8 months of the final approved salary of which the former HR manager was hired at, which would be the last salary I suspect that you have mentioned. Mr. Speaker, just to be clear, as I've said, I will provide the information. From what I'm seeing, Mr. Speaker, based upon the settlement, and as I've said, my view is that the information should be public, and I'm just being very careful. Yes. Mr. Speaker, the settlement started with a lump sum of $9.05 million, which would be the amount of 8 months' salary. And I think that would come close to what the member from Southeast St. Andrew had indicated.
All right. Based on my maths, 8 into 12 is 2/3. 2/3 of 12.99, I get 8.651. That is the figure I get. You have said 8 months salary at 12.977. Is the figure $8.65 million that she was paid?
So, member, I have given you the member, if I have your attention, there were other deductions which would have come from that figure, which I can share with you. Salary recoverable, loans, statutory deductions, these kinds of things. So the actual figure that would have been paid over would be far less than what I have indicated here.
Mr. Speaker. Prime Minister, you assumed responsibility for this ministry in which Petrojam is located, did you not? This settlement that was arrived at with the HR manager to pay her, we were told in PAC, $9.2 million at a time when she had been under disciplinary proceedings.
Point of order, Mr. Member. Point of order.
Mr. Warmington.
The member stated that it was disclosed to PAC this morning. It was never disclosed to PAC. It was disclosed to a selected member who went into the room across there. The meeting was held here. Hold on. No, hold on. No. Wow. I'm a member. Wow. I'm a member of the committee. Hold on. I'm a member of the committee. And I wasn't a part of the team that was so advised. You came back and advised the committee of what we were told privately in the back room. So don't say it was disclosed to us in print. Don't say it was disclosed to PAC. You came back from the back room with the members and told us.
Wow. Mr. Speaker, on the point of order.
Thank you.
On the point of order. The point of order highlights that has been moved by the member from St. Catherine Southwest. Highlights the absolute inconsistency in the position taken by the Most Honorable Prime Minister. Because you cannot, no, he's saying that PAC has a right to know, and I agree with him. And by extension, this Parliament has a right to know about any agency that is financed by the taxpayers of Jamaica. Petrojam is 100% known. It is not sufficient for the Prime Minister to say he wants to show us here. The public has a right to know about how the affairs of the corporations that they own are being conducted. And the substance of the travesty, Mr. Speaker, is that someone who was improperly hired, was given more money to leave under circumstances where the Auditor General, who has no fetter on making her reports public, but the minister responsible for reporting to us has contrived a fetter that is preventing him from telling the country about what is happening to the taxpayers' money. Mr. Speaker, I think the member should be permitted to continue with his line of questioning.
Prime Minister. Just to be clear, Mr. Speaker, there is no thing. So, Mr. I read out the figure to you. 8 months coming up to $9.051 million. I did that. 9.05. So I responded and I answered. There's no inconsistency. Leader of the opposition, the duty I have is to make sure that process is followed, and that if there were to be any claim that Petrojam, the agency over which I have responsibility, that they would be in a good position if it were reviewed by a court of law. You know, I acted in disclosing information that was subject to a non-disclosure agreement in a contract.
Mr. Prime Minister, why would you approve, or why would you allow under your watch a settlement to be arrived at by Petrojam with this HR manager, which included a non-disclosure term in it that would prevent you from coming to this house to tell us what was paid to this lady, the $9.2 million that was paid to this lady as a gross settlement when she was wrongly employed and where she was under investigation for various disciplinary matters which were never concluded? Why would you sign an agreement or permit the signing of an agreement under your watch with a non-disclosure provision when this is a matter of intense public importance and interest? Why, sir?
It's a very good question. And so I need to explain to this House very carefully. Before the board took a decision to settle, and before they advised me, they conducted a cost-benefit analysis, which I will share with this House. The cost-benefit analysis showed that if they were to have gone through a protracted period and process of settling, that they could end up paying Mr. Speaker, if I may be permitted to complete the point. The board conducted a cost-benefit analysis. They engaged a process which was required under law in coming to any decision to separate the employee. That decision would mean that the disciplinary, Mr. Speaker, the disciplinary charges for which you asked had to be in some way addressed. A decision had to be made on them. A panel was put together of 3 independent persons, including a QC, a HR specialist, and an attorney. Petrojam had to have their attorney, and the employee, the former employee, had their attorney. This is a process. The charges that were brought, this is where they would have been determined. The committee was planned to have met for 40 hours. The cost of that 40 hours, Mr. Speaker, for the 3 members on that committee, that panel, would be about approximately $100,000 per hour. So that alone, just to have that process of reviewing the charges, $4 million. The legal charges to Petrojam was estimated at $1.5 million. Sundry costs for hosting and so forth. And then, of course, during the period of this process of determining the charges, you would still have to pay the employee in question. Now, the board, in doing the assessment, made a determination that it would have ended up far more expensive. And if, as was being suggested, that you could summarily terminate, you still would have to impute in the cost-benefit analysis what would be the risk of being taken before the court and what would be the potential charges. The advice from the lawyers, you know what, let me not say what they, let me not go into that. But the advice from the lawyers is that the advice from the lawyers, based upon the cost benefit, is that there should be a settlement. That advice was communicated to me through the board, that there should be a settlement. The details of the settlement, however, in terms of, I wouldn't, but in any event, no minister would be involved in that kind of a detail. What I would agree with, and it is the position of this side, that there should not be this type of non-disclosure agreement.
Can I ask you if you could
just let me finish the point. The non-disclosure agreement, and I sympathize with what was said earlier, that in future we should review this very carefully. Now, just to be clear, there are other agreements, other termination agreements, with which there are non-disclosure agreements. It is not unusual in the public sector for that to happen. But I think that what has been raised here is that we should seriously examine from a policy perspective whether or not we should allow non-disclosure agreements.
Prime Minister, can I ask you, how many other employees at Petrojam have similar non-disclosure agreements, and how many employees who have been separated from Petrojam have had settlements along the same lines?
That is a question that I would do the research and provide you with the answer. I wouldn't be able to just answer you no.
Prime Minister, as you said, information was in the public domain. We, at the PAC, information came out that the former general manager also received a settlement somewhere about 5.2 million, 7.2 million. Was there also a non-disclosure arrangement with him, and was it with any other manager?
Member, I have been advised that the settlement was somewhere in the region that you have mentioned, a little bit over 7 million, and there was no non-disclosure agreement.
So why was there a non-disclosure agreement with this particular manager for HRD if the general manager has none, and as far as you know, no other manager in the entity has one? What is so special about this person, someone who came in without qualifications, salary bump up in 3 months, hire a brother, breach all kind of things as laid out here, and she's given a golden handshake to leave? $9 million? It's scandalous under your watch. This is not former Minister Wheatley, this is you.
Mr. Speaker, the former member, the former general manager was an employee on contract and reached an agreement for the termination of the contract. The HR manager, and this is why you say, with all the grandstanding, there are some, Mr. Speaker, there are legal issues for which we will have to be very careful how we operate. Whilst I am sympathetic to all that has been said regarding the process of how persons were hired, all the issues, at the same time, I cannot throw my ministerial responsibility to the wind, and I have to be responsible based upon all the legal obligations that are, I conduct my duties. No, the former HR manager is a permanent employee on staff, which is quite different from a contract employee, which raises other questions, Mr. Speaker, about that person's legal standing and how they can be dismissed, how they can be separated. Because if it is, as many of you on that side would know, if it is done incorrectly, not gone through the various processes, you could end up paying far more. Far more. There is another concern that should be, or none at all, but that's a risk. That's a risk. That's a risk. Now, Mr. Speaker, there is another concern, which I am sure would have played on the mind of the board in coming to the decision about a settlement. And that is, with all that had happened, the board took the view that the HR manager was unable to do her duties, could not effectively carry out her duties, which is the process that was undertaken. At the time, the board took the view immediately and started the process. The process would have started somewhere in late August, early September, for the going through that committee, which I explained to you, to hear the charges that were brought against the former employee. Now, having gone through that process, the question is, without a functioning position for HR matters, where Petrojam had industrial relations matters to settle, new pay structure to determine, how long could they be in a position where they would have been forced to have a HR manager which could not conduct the duties, versus coming to a settlement very quickly so that the organization could recover and run properly. So these are just some of the concerns that the board would have to weigh in coming to its decision.
Mr. Speaker, Member Falwell was before.
Yes. Prime Minister, two questions I have to ask. Firstly, in relation to the disciplinary charges, because I'm not aware what those charges are, and those certainly could not be subject to a confidential agreement. So probably you could apprise us as to what those charges were. And secondly, having regard to the sensitivity of this matter, it's being in the public domain, would this matter not have come to the cabinet with you as Prime Minister in a different role from Minister? And would that have... Right, so the second question is, did this matter go for consideration before the cabinet?
To answer the first question, it would not have come before the cabinet. It was a decision of the board. The cabinet doesn't take decisions about hiring persons. No, well, what would happen is that once they have conducted their cost-benefit analysis, and they are certain that the economic cost to the government is actually less, which is why you put a board in place to take these kinds of decisions. And then they have advised me, I have confidence in the board, and I have confidence in what they have presented to me, having gone through it myself, then the decision becomes an administrative one. The other issue about the charges, my understanding is that the NDA covers the charges, but again, from my position, I suspect if I were to speak generally, they would satisfy you. Things to do with negligence of duty. They're there. So things to do with, that would be one of them. Hiring policy, compliance with the policies of the company in procurement, in making certain corporate social responsibilities in terms of the execution of those. So you would see the general nature of what it is. And again, Mr. Speaker, on the matter of summarily dismissing, yes, but that in itself, Mr. Speaker, as the attorneys have advised, would not necessarily mean that Petrojam would not be exposed to a legal action.
Prime Minister, the difference in treatment and the way in which this matter has been handled, where this particular employee wasn't qualified for the job, there was a series of allegations against her for which she was before disciplinary proceedings, and under your watch, a settlement was arrived with her and she was paid $9.2 million to leave. A total of $32 million she earned from her less than 2 years of employment. And you juxtapose that with her predecessor, who was dismissed on Christmas Eve, where no one has said she did anything wrong. She was more than qualified for the job, and she was summarily dismissed on Christmas Eve. No one was concerned about liabilities to the company for that. The juxtaposition just doesn't wash, Prime Minister. Doesn't wash.
Mr. Speaker, again, let me be clear. This side does not in any way endorse the improper dismissal of any employee of the state. And we feel as strongly about it as the member from South St. Andrew. To be clear, I would not, in the same passionate way in which the member from South St. Andrew has expressed his disdain, for which I share, it is the same disdain of a cavalier action for which I am trying to avoid. The dismissal is unjust, but the action was cavalier. And as the minister, I cannot do cavalier things. And as I stand here in this parliament, I am ensuring that the rules are followed in coming to the separation of any employee. Because, Mr. Speaker, in the very case raised by the member from South St. Andrew, the person who has been dismissed in the way described has Petrojam before the courts. Yes. And what would then I be accused of? If I acted in a similar way and had Petrojam now before the court, wouldn't that amount to a waste of taxpayers' money? Wouldn't that be cavalier? Wouldn't that be wasteful?
Apples and pears. Apples and pears.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to ask the Prime Minister, given his view that the actions of Petrojam were cavalier in the dismissal of the previous HR manager, would the Prime Minister consider it worthy of him and his administration to actually seek out that person and try to arrive at a settlement that would do justice?
Let me, members, I really crave your attention and indulgence, because this is a matter that is of great public importance, and I believe we are creating new ground in public transparency and how we deal with these issues. You have to balance. Now, Mr. Speaker, the question that was asked by the leader of the opposition, I am very sympathetic to that position, and indeed in giving general instructions to the board, I said to them, as best as possible, the national interest is to return Petrojam to a stable, functioning organization. Whatever the issues are, take a posture of settlement. In the instant matter that you raised, we cannot intervene because the matter is now before the IDT. No, again, if you notice how I've spoken. So if it is that someone before the IDT is comforted that that is the posture and decides to come from that process and comes to the table, then that's good. But you see, I just have to be absolutely careful, because anything that I say in this very delicate subject could be used in a legal action. So my posture is one of just being absolutely careful, while at the same time trying to ensure the public knows what the settlement is, public has an idea of what the charges are, and the public is also assured that what the board did was justified in balancing what would be the cost of continuing the legal exposure versus settling now and stabling the organization and moving forward.
You have your legal advisors close to you, and they are available. But lawyers write letters without prejudice every day. And at any point in the process, should you consider an offer can be made without prejudice to any legal process or adjudication process that is underway. And I would suggest, Prime Minister, that there is not the two circumstances of the previous HR manager and the one that was paid $9 million in settlement are not comparable.
Totally not. Apples and pears.
In one instance, you have the government's position, your position as now the minister responsible, would be bolstered by the findings of the Auditor General. They point out the impropriety of the hiring. They point out, as you have pointed out, the flaws in their conduct.
Breach of nepotism clause.
While in the job. They point out the breach of the nepotism clause. Yeah. So it is not accurate to say that in one circumstance you can't reach out to one lady because you may prejudice the process before the IDT. And in the other circumstance, you say, in order to protect,
big golden handshake,
you are giving this great handshake. And then, Prime Minister, I can question the advice, and you haven't shared it with us. But it cannot be that your advice from your lawyers is to come here and say nothing about the actual facts of the settlement. They have been pulled out because of what transpired in the PAC. But in reality, as a principle of governance, the Parliament is the guardian of the public's interest. And the Parliament has a right to know about the conduct of the affairs of government-owned corporations. And that principle, I would suggest with the greatest of respect, is a principle that you should point out to those who are giving you legal advice in this matter. There is a way they could frame your answers that keeps the Parliament informed without necessarily exposing the corporation to risk. Stick with the truth. That would help.
Mr. Speaker, I'm happy that the Leader of the Opposition recognized that there is a balance to be done. Don't want to expose the organization to any legal peril, but at the same time, to inform the Parliament. We wrestled over this for a very long time, which is one of the reasons why, Mr. Speaker, we didn't answer 2 weeks ago, because we were still taking legal advice. So, Mr. Speaker, on the matter of making an offer to the previous or the employee before the former employee, Mr. Speaker, I would bear in mind, before taking any action, that attempts would have been made previously to reach a settlement. Those attempts broke down, which is why it is now referred to the IDT. If at any time, and I think that is as much as I could commit to, if at any time any of the parties that have been aggrieved and are now involved in a legal process or in arbitration decide that they would come back for a settlement, the board has been given the general policy direction that these matters should be settled. Right? The board, I believe, in this instance, looked at what would be the long-term exposure and the immediate cost and took the best decision. Mr. Speaker, this is not a decision between a good decision and a bad decision. Let us all accept that. This is a situation bad and worst. That is what it is. No one in Jamaica is happy about the situation in Petrojam. But as we seek to correct it, we have to make sure that we follow the law, minimize exposure to the organization legally and otherwise, and build the systems of accountability and transparency. As it relates to the non-disclosure agreements,
you start out at bad and end up at worse.
As it relates to the non-disclosure agreement, Mr. Speaker, the government will have to come to will have to review and come to a new position regarding such agreements that have to do anything with public funds.
Mr. Jackson. Still having a little challenge here with, in the Auditor General's report, 516, and it's here, and I'm going to read it over, explicitly states that the company rules policy prohibits anyone relating to an officer be employed. In other words, nepotism. Explicitly. Hold on, explicitly. But in the PAAC meeting, we were told further that the rules explicitly requires immediate dismissal for such a breach. Immediate dismissal for such breach. No, Mr. Speaker, I won't be shouted down. And I'll stand here for the whole afternoon if necessary.
Go ahead, Mr. Jackson.
I need your protection. Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker. The rules are clear. It warrants immediate dismissal. Cause for dismissal would have been established by that breach. Now, remember, Mr. Speaker, when the former minister demitted office, we were told it was on the basis of failure of proper oversight. And the new ministry assumed responsibility to ensure that this matter is satisfactorily resolved. Mr. Speaker, I'm having difficulty that the Petrojam management, Petrojam board, and the ministry itself went into an agreement with the lawyers through whatever advice, went into an agreement to prohibit the settlement to become known to the Parliament. This thing about non-disclosure is not something that was inherited when the problem started. It was one was created to prevent the revelation here.
Mr. Jackson. Mr. Speaker. Mr. Jackson. This charade can't continue. Will the member please take his seat? I'm standing on a point of order. He's to ask questions. He's making statements.
It won't
so
end.
You will get no response from a statement. We are talking about questions, not statements. You will get no response from a statement. Let me make that clear.
Mr. Jackson, please go straight into your question. Yes. I'm going to try to give... Mr. Speaker, you are the speaker. You know, they're not over there. Mr. Speaker, my question one, was the non-disclosure provision existing in respect to permanent employees before the HR manager was hired? And why is it that the ministry and the Prime Minister gave consent to an agreement that will prohibit the settlement to be disclosed in the Parliament? Number two, my understanding is that the Attorney General's Chamber is the chief advisor to the government. And I am hearing a recurring utterance that legal advice. Is it the Attorney General's Chamber who gave the advice to both the Petrojam Board and the Ministry not to disclose the information? And who are the lawyers who provide that legal advice that we, the people, the country taxpayers, must embrace? We must know who we are paying for what advice, because they were not paid for by privately. Third question.
Just to be clear, the Attorney General is not the legal advisor of Petrojam. Petrojam has a different set of lawyers that would have advised them on the preparation of the contract, the agreement, and so forth. The Attorney General would have reviewed the agreement when it was brought to my attention for questions. So that is where the advice and the review would have come. But the preparation, that's a different set of lawyers. Remember now, Petrojam is an entity in its own right. It can sue and it can be sued, and it has its own legal advisors and administration. So it's just to be clear on that.
But my further question to that answer, Prime Minister, when the agreement drafted by Petrojam Board came to the ministry, was it consummated before it came to the ministry or after? In other words, when the legal advice was provided to Petrojam by whoever they were, did your office and you as the minister in charge had sight of the agreement before?
Just to be clear, so Petrojam has its own articles and how it operates. My role as minister is to give general policy direction. So I wouldn't be reviewing every single employment contract. Now, my interest is to make sure that the best decision is made in the public's interest. So as it relates to that, what my interest would have been would be what is the cost benefit. That was done by the board. It was provided. In the estimation of the board, by virtue of the cost benefit analysis, it would have cost us somewhere in the region of $25 million if we were to have gone the route that you are suggesting.
A further question, Mr. Prime Minister. The permanent secretary in your ministry, Prime Minister, said she was legally advised not to provide the information. She, as the permanent secretary, told the committee, that's what she told the committee this morning. So, sure.
So, Mr. Speaker, all of this can sound confusing to the public. And I'm appreciative that when I speak, I'm speaking to the members here, but to the wider Jamaica listening. Our laws provide for a framework in which sensitive information is handled and in which the public can get sensitive information. On top of everything is the access to information. In other words, this process of a non-disclosure agreement would be subject to the non-disclosure, would be subject to the Access to Information Act. In other words, any member of the public could write to the ministry to seek that information. Hold on. So I just wanted to make that clear. There's no conspiracy to hide anything. Secondly, Mr. Speaker, the permanent secretary was advised on the proper procedure as to how to provide the information to Parliament. Coming here, I have a duty to inform the Parliament, and I believe I'm leaving here giving the Parliament the information without, at the same time, in any way, as the leader of the opposition said, there is a way to craft the response, giving the information without creating a legal peril for the agency. And that is how we have been operating. So there is no advice to the permanent secretary not to answer. The permanent secretary provided the information, and the public is made aware.
Mr. Prime Minister, you indicated that the basis of your decision was a cost-benefit analysis. That's the approach you use, or used by the board. Can you say whether or not that will become the new paradigm for outstanding settlement? We know of the CFO being on garden leave, and I wonder where the CFO is now on garden leave, being paid while off the job. Is it that the cost benefit, or why the cost benefit analysis is not being used to settle that question? And my last question is, all of what we are discussing here by Petrojam took place under the watchful eye of the parent company PCJ. The directors of Jamaican directors of Petrojam have been replaced. Their supervisors are the supervising entity, PCJ. Are the board members who were supervising Petrojam still in place? And if they are, why is it so in light of the massive acts of corruption unveiled? Respond to the member, if I could have his attention in giving the answer. It would be my hope that all boards in taking decisions, especially these kinds of decisions, would do an accounting of the risks and the upsides of the decisions that they are making. I think the board, in making this tough decision, went through a calculated process which can stand up to scrutiny. So my view is I would want all boards to operate in this way, to calculate the upsides and the downsides and make the right decisions. Now, as it relates to PCJ, having taken over the portfolio, I will be the first to admit that the structure of PCJ and its subsidiaries is deficient.
And one of the things that we intend to come to this Parliament with is how to rectify that. And that has been the case even before these issues occurred last year with Petrojam. There is no requirement for a director of PCJ to be on the board of Petrojam. In fact, the entities operate from an operational administrative way, two different organizations. That is even further complicated given the existence of the joint venture agreement, which introduces a new element in the board. So, Mr. Speaker, I will agree with the member that that process is deficient and should be rectified. And in fact, we will be coming to the Parliament with a proposal as to how we plan to ensure that PCJ can give greater oversight and direction to Petrojam.
My specific question, Prime Minister, was whether or not the board members of PCJ during the period remain on PCJ, except for the two board members who were also chairman and board member of Petrojam.
My understanding is that there would be one member who was also a member of Petrojam who is still on the PCJ board.
No, we were told that there were two members on PCJ board.
Yeah, and there's only one member remaining on
the board. But my question, my original question was the entire board membership of PCJ that had supervisory responsibility for its primary subsidiary, which was Petrojam.
That is where I would quickly correct you, member. That is the unusual, which is why I answered the question where there is nothing that says that in the structure of the arrangement which gives them any supervisory oversight. And in particular with the existence of the joint venture agreement. As the former Minister of Energy could tell you, and I'm certain he would have complained about it as well.
Hold on, Mr. Speaker.
I have Mr. Bunting.
It was Mr. Bunting.
You would agree that the inclusion of the clause, the non-disclosure clause, in this instance, in the agreement, in the settlement agreement, is not best practice and perhaps should not be followed, even where it may be necessary. I believe that in the interest of keeping the role of Parliament critical, that the cabinet, that such a provision, if it were to be included, should need a cabinet approval going forward.
Member, as I've said, I'm not I believe, let me answer you in this way. Non-disclosure agreements are not unusual, and they happen from time to time in contracts, including government contracts. I think that, yes, including government contracts. State entities, yes. Now, in state entities, yes, it does happen. As I've said earlier, I believe we should review this practice to establish that it is not something that the government should widely endorse and should be limited to only matters of, for example, national security. So I think that is the direction in which the review of the use of, we did a review as well, for example, on retainer contracts. Coming out of this Petrojam experience, recall that there was the issue of retainer contracts. And we took a decision as a cabinet that no public body, no government agency can engage in retainer contracts anymore. In the same way, we will have to review this process to ensure that there is no widely used non-disclosure agreements except as in prescribed circumstances.
Mr. Bunting.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I just want to set in context my question of the Prime Minister's statement when he appointed his cabinet. He said, I shouldn't have to remind ministers, but it is important that I repeat, corruption will not be tolerated in this government. He further went to the 7th Summit of the Americas in Lima and said, my government is committed to the promotion of transparency and freedom of information as a safeguard against corruption. Now, Prime Minister, in Lima, the 7th Summit of the Americas, Prime Minister, against these very strong statements, which gave hope to many Jamaicans, whether or not they were your specific supporters or not, that you were signaling a new paradigm, a new day. But when they look at this particular contract, I'm going to ask it now. Shut your mouth and go back to sleep before you lose your work again. Prime Minister, when we're talking about corruption, when we're talking about corruption, this particular contract was conceived in sin and shaped in iniquity. Said it was conceived in sin and shapen in iniquity. Minister, the incumbent, a highly qualified graduate of Columbia University, master's degree experience, was dismissed on Christmas Eve to make a vacancy for this HR manager, for this lady. Christmas Eve. Who was a director of PCJ.
Mr. Bunting, I ask that you go straight into your question. I've advised earlier.
Every guideline of Petrojam, every policy was breached to facilitate her employment. And having been employed, she proceeded to cavalierly breach every policy you can imagine, including nepotism.
Mr. Speaker, point of order.
I'm going to ask the question. I'm laying the
foundation. Point of order, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker.
What is the point of order, Mr. Speaker?
If you sit, you'll hear.
Mr. Warmington, go ahead with your point of order.
Two of us come in our seat. Take your seat.
No. What is the point of order?
You have to take your seat to hear.
You don't have a point of order.
Take your seat. That's an order. Yes. But you know it's talking to take away your position. That's what I'm trying to do now. Mr. Speaker, question and answers. A member can ask follow-up question based on a standing order, but you do not make statements, and that's what the member is doing. And I'm asking you, Mr. Speaker, to please ask the member to restrict the big presentation speeches, and just to ask questions that the standing order say. But the member from Central Manchester using the floor so as to... He's using the floor to campaign for leader.
Sit down. Sit down.
Mr. Bunting.
Prime Minister, in light of the many breaches outlined in the AG's report, there is more than sufficient cause for the dismissal of this person. But you turn around and you not only say that you don't tolerate corruption, but this is in fact rewarding corruption.
Mr. Bunting,
in the
Mr. Bunting,
1 year and 9 months, $32 million paid to this person, maybe 5 times what they could have earned in the private sector. 5
Mr.
times.
Bunting, please go ahead with your question. I've made the observation
So I'm
earlier.
saying, in light of that, I want to ask the Prime Minister, wouldn't it have been the right thing to dismiss the person for this cause? Let her take it to court if she can, but at least show that the government is not going to reward misconduct, corruption, etc.
Mr. Speaker, let me just start again. This government in no way sanctions any action that in any way created any act of corruption or in any way supported or endorsed any act of corruption. We have, as a government, taken all the actions necessary to ensure that the public is informed and that the process is followed. The member raised the issue about what I have said in various fora, locally and internationally. Corruption is not just undue influence. It is not just seeking gain or giving someone gain that they don't deserve. It is also not following the process. And it is one thing that in review of the actions of myself as overseeing the Ministry of Energy or as this government, whenever our actions are reviewed from a judicial point of view and in the public domain, did we follow procedure, policy, the law? Because not following it is also corrupt.
No, that's not corrupt.
In the very argument made by the member from South St. Andrew and the member from Manchester Central, that all the rules were broken to dismiss someone unfairly. And I'm saying to you, member, that I would be at peril if the board acted without following a process. What we have established is charges were laid, a committee was put in place, a panel of expert persons to pronounce on this. We engaged in a due process because it could have ended up that we were in a position trying to dismiss someone for a year and having to pay them, not being fully able to get the service. We could have acted and ended up at the IDT with a bigger award. So I am at one with you, member, about ensuring that we do nothing that could in any way be construed as corruption. And I want to emphasize that point, that in as much as it may be the feel of this room that we should dismiss summarily, it is our laws, it is the practice, it is our HR policies that we would have been acting against if we did that. And so please understand the constraints that bind me as the minister overseeing, but bind the government in general in dealing with these matters.
Prime Minister, I guess what I'm struggling to reconcile in my own mind is your careful observation of process in this particular case.
But not in the others.
When there are scores of cases in Petrojam, in FLA, in many different agencies, where dozens, USF, where dozens of professionals, career public servants were dismissed without this due process. So is it that you are late to the game, you are a recent convert, to this due process, because we never heard. In this parliament we exposed. I asked the question of how many people had been dismissed from Petrojam when the government changed. The general manager, the HR manager, all these persons were dismissed without cause. You sat there and you had no problem with the process at that time. But 3 years in now, coming to this unique individual who is so special, we are tripping over ourselves to be careful with process. I cannot reconcile the two. But Prime Minister, my final question.
Go ahead with your question,
question.
Mr. Bunting.
Final question. The Constitution, Mr. Speaker, the Constitution says that ministers are responsible to Parliament. So it gives Parliament oversight for the executive. And in particular, the committees of Parliament and also individual members, by their questions, have the duty of examining all the accounts, financial affairs of the statutory bodies, public corporations, etc., of which Petrojam is one. How can somebody at Petrojam enter a clause in a contract that frustrates the entire scheme of the Westminster style of government, which gives the responsibility of this Parliament to oversee the executive?
Mr. Speaker, again, and I'm just going to give you the answer. I don't think that there is any law that could trump the Constitution, right? Absolutely not. But even in that, there is something called process. And all I'm trying to do, remember, is follow the process. Follow the process. Because ultimately, you would be here raising an issue. Why did you act in such a way? And now, see, you have to pay all this money. Whichever way we know there would be criticism. So so I believe that the best way is to follow process. So the process, there is a process in which such information can be revealed whilst lessening any potential legal claim on Petrojam. I believe that we have followed a process here which has brought the matter for discussion in the Parliament.
Prime Minister, I don't have any contentious questions. Prime Minister, under Section 20 of the Public Bodies Management and Accountability Act, it speaks to boards actually having a responsibility. And if they breach that responsibility or they're a derelict, they have a responsibility to get approvals from the Ministry of Finance for emoluments. Do you feel that the previous board breached their responsibility? And if so, why didn't you, in other words, you've relieved the board, but why didn't you take steps to hold the previous board accountable as well?
Again, you've said it's a non-controversial question. I have to think very carefully about the answer I give you because, again, I could be saying things that could have legal implications on the board members and so forth. My understanding when I came to the issue, when I took the portfolio and did my research, was that in some matters, the board consulted with, advised the Ministry of Finance, and the Ministry of Finance would have given directions to the board and the administration of Petrojam. As to whether or not the advice or the result of the consultation was followed faithfully, I think it is clear from the reports of the Auditor General and other reports which will come that that was not always the case. In terms of my own legal ability now to exact what would be the appropriate term, repayment, restitution, I am not so sure that I have that legal ability to in any way order or extract or direct, right? The Ministry of Finance through the process and the Parliament through the process of the PAC and so forth can surcharge, but that only applies to civil servants and some public officers. But as it relates to boards, that's what I'm saying. As it relates to boards, I am not certain that the authority exists. No, to in any way. And as part of the reforms going forward, these are things that we will have to consider.
Prime Minister, I have one more question for you. It's actually on. PM? One of the clear messages and signals that came out this morning from the general manager of Petrojam was that the former general manager could not be reached when asked why would he retroactively make permissible an additional payment for someone who had not completed basically their probation. And to date, that person can't be reached for answers. Within that framework, I also asked Prime Minister, the Group General Manager, considering all that has happened, coming out of your responses as well and the questions that were asked, what was Petrojam now going to do to solve those gaps? I was a little surprised to hear that a consultant had been brought in from 2016 and put in place those proposals, and they had still not been implemented. What are you going to do to make sure that those proposals are brought with urgent dispatch to solve these issues?
Patient members of the House. Yes, it actually started under the administration of the former minister, where a consultant was brought in to look at the same issues raised by the opposition spokesman on national security, the relationship between PCJ and Petrojam. And so there are recommendations that could remedy the issues. And as I have indicated, that we are going to be coming here, these are the recommendations of which I'm speaking. I will be coming to this House with them. Remember now, I took over last year. So I'll be coming to the House with these recommendations, not necessarily for approval, but for discussion, and then for implementation.
Prime Minister, I recognize, this is my final question, that your portfolio is large and you have a lot of responsibilities. My final two questions are, do you have any desire to put in place a new Minister of Energy? That's the first question. And then the other question, the final question is, Petrojam has been in the news, and it is also a part of a larger discussion with regards to Venezuela. When will you or the government make a statement on the government's intervention at the OAS or the matters surrounding Venezuela? Because to date, we haven't heard anything in the Parliament regarding Venezuela.
Mr. Speaker, I appreciate the questions asked by the member. There is a particular reason why I have decided to take the energy portfolio and manage it very carefully, precisely because of the sensitivity of the issues involved. And at two levels. One is the international considerations, which we saw even before the local issues arose, that had to be dealt with in a particular way to ensure that Jamaica is in the best position to ensure our energy security and to ensure that from a foreign affairs point of view, that Jamaica continues to be in a good position. So I've held the portfolio for that reason. But getting more into the portfolio regarding the issues of the administration and operations of the various entities, it was clear to me that the office of the Prime Minister had to be used to ensure that certain changes that need to be made, both in terms of administration and governance, that those things happen. And by all measure, we have been, I would say, fairly successful in ensuring that these changes are made, that there is transparency, all the investigative agencies have been able to do their job, that the matter is totally in the public domain, and that the refinery operates. You will recall that there was a period of time when it was not operating, to get it back to operations very quickly and seek to get to a level of efficiency. I think I'm at a position now where those changes have been largely implemented. I think the policy direction there is clear. In terms of the international matters that you mentioned, I don't want to say too much, lest it in any way prejudices what we are doing, but I believe we are close to reaching a point where there will be a final decision on the matter. Once that is done, then I believe it would be appropriate to have someone else, another minister, take charge of the portfolio.
Sorry, the Prime Minister, my last thing. You have some questions that I tabled. Do you have any idea with regards to Venezuela and Petrojam and the shares? Do you plan to answer these anytime soon, perhaps next week? That would be helpful. This company made a profit of, which is Petrojam, of about 35 million US in 2016. And based on what you plan to do with the expropriation of shares and the valuation, I'd be very interested to know some further details on what you plan to do with it.
Mr. Speaker, the questions on the order paper would be due for answer when they're due to you today. Mr. Speaker, to the member, I would undertake to have those questions answered as soon as possible, bearing in mind that, as I said earlier, we are close to a point of decision, and I would not want to say anything publicly that would in any way interfere with the possibility of the decisions that have to be made. But soon thereafter, I would answer your questions.
Prime Minister, final question. Can you indicate, what is the amount that has been paid by Petrojam to private legal counsel to handle the matters related to employment affairs? And the GM is here, so he can advise you.
I will ask the GM, but Mr. Speaker, as the member would know, such a specific question but I mean, he would need to consult. So I would say, if the member would find it acceptable that I could get those answers and provide it to him.
All right. Next item.
Motions that may be made at the commencement of public business require notice. Motions relating to the sitting of the House. Motions for leave to introduce bills. Presentation of bills without leave of the House first obtained. Public business. House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, it is proposed we had planned to do the trust bills, the response, but we will forego that today in light of the protracted badgering by members. But we welcome those kinds of things. So we were also planning to do the pensions, superannuation funds and retirement schemes, investment amendment regulation 2019 resolution today. Table. So we will do now, Mr. Speaker, we'll invite the Prime Minister to take the matter that he is ready to take now. The law reform zones of special operations, special securities and community development measures, the Denham Town Community Zone, extension of the period operation order 2019 resolution will be tabled and taken, and the law reform zones of special operations, special security and community development measures, the Denham Town Community Zone extension of period operation order 2019, and in addition, the law reform zones of special operations, special security and community development measures, the Mount Salem, well, it's in good order, Mount Salem, and of course the Mount Salem Community and Environment extension and regulations attendant thereto. So, Mr. Speaker, Prime Minister, whenever you...
Prime Minister. The question is for the suspension of the standing orders to enable the Prime Minister to take the motions, notice of which he gave earlier. Those in favor? Those against? Ayes have it. Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I now come to this Honourable House to seek its affirmative approval of the continuation of the zones of special operations in the community of Denham Town and in the community of Mount Salem. Mr. Speaker, I have tabled for the information of ministers and for the general public the operations that have been conducted in both communities under the development umbrella. Mr. Speaker, again, it is with great pride that I report that in these communities where the zones of special operations have been declared, that murders in Mount Salem, 0. In Denham Town, I believe we could record probably 1. Mr. Speaker, by all measure, they have been effective. But as we have said, and I think the country is becoming aware, that these measures are long-term in nature. They are not just designed to have a reduction in crime for 60 days. The intention is that these communities will develop the leadership, they will develop the institutions, and the general environment of peace. That infrastructure and other kinds of development will be brought to these communities. We have cleared already the first phase, which would be security intense. The second phase, which is the whole phase, that too would be security intense, but would see the introduction of the community development activities. Both communities are now in the build phase, and in that phase, Mr. Speaker, you would see more development activities rather than security-based activities. And in both communities, it is evident that the government has expended significant resources to ensure that certainly their infrastructure is improved. I toured Mount Salem recently, Mr. Speaker, and I'm very satisfied with what I have seen. I toured Denham Town as well, and more work still needs to be done on infrastructure. In fact, on the 19th of January this year, or the 31st of January this year, a $184 million infrastructure improvement project was launched for Denham Town. And that, I'm certain, will go a far way in improving the infrastructure of that community. Where we are now focused on, Mr. Speaker, in both communities, is on developing the leadership. The absence of community leadership to be able to organize the citizens' groups, organize educational activities, parenting activities, and to become wardens of the peace, to be able to manage conflict resolution. That is where the effort is at the moment, as well as economic enablement and empowerment, assisting with grants and small loans to ensure that micro businesses can start to flourish in these areas. This is the phase in which we are now, Mr. Speaker. For Mount Salem in particular, the issue of regularization of settlement is important. And work has already begun in terms of titling and ensuring that the settlement there is orderly. Mr. Speaker, I toured it, and what we see in the community are some small lanes, some tracts, irregular plots. All of that will be addressed in this phase. Speaking generally now, Mr. Speaker, on the strategy of zones of special operations, as I had mentioned, we have identified 20 communities, but it is not limited to 20 communities. We have sought and have received support from the European Union, not specifically for zones of special operations, but for interventions, some of which will happen in the zones of special operations. More and more, Mr. Speaker, our development partners are taking interest in the zones of special operations, because the challenge of violence in communities is not just a Jamaican occurrence. It is happening right across the Caribbean and in the wider Latin American region. So what we are doing is being studied. People are taking interest in it to see how well it works. So, Mr. Speaker, we intend to and have budgeted for a few more communities in the coming fiscal year. And we believe that these interventions through the zones of special operations will contribute to the reduction of the murder rate, to the reduction of crimes generally, but to, more importantly, Mr. Speaker, establish peace in our country. Because at the heart of the problems, regardless of how much we spend on policing, which is important, at the heart of the problem, if it is the intention of the citizen to resolve conflict through violence, then no amount of policemen can stop that. So the focus of the government is also on building the communities. But what we recognize is that both things have to work together. You have to have peace building while you have community building. And the two have to coordinate. So the peace building has to provide the space in which the community can grow and take ownership. And that is what the zones of special operation has done. And I believe that we have proven that this, in the year and a half almost that we have implemented it, that this modality works, and now it is the goal of the government to scale this up as rapidly as possible to ensure that our communities that are at risk, that we reach out to them and reclaim them and make Jamaica the safe place we know it can be. So, Mr. Speaker, I ask that the zones be extended for a further 60 days. Both of them, the zones.
Dr. Philip. Mr. Speaker, this request for the extension of the zones is not a controversial matter here today. But I think that we need to examine our recent experience, recent being the month of January, because what it has demonstrated from all the reports coming from the security forces is that with the appropriate tempo of security force activity, with the use of curfews and the ZOZOs, as you have indicated from the numbers in Denham Town and Mount Salem, that it is possible for the country to continue to sustain a downward movement in murders and in violent crimes generally. And that is to be applauded. Last year, the ZOZO legislation was passed as a crime control measure. 2017, year before. And since then, we have remained fixed at 2. And as the Prime Minister indicated, this forms part of a clear hold, build strategy. What we have seen is that there are many communities that would benefit from both the crime control measures and the social intervention measures that are embedded in the ZOZO legislation. There are communities extending from Westmoreland in the west, places in southwest St. Andrew, South St. Andrew, West St. Andrew. I have no doubt that there are also problems in parts of St. Thomas and in East Rural St. Andrew and a host of other locations. I'm not trying to exclude any for any particular reason, Augustown, elsewhere. What we have here, and presented to us in ministry paper number 7, covering Mount Salem, and there's a similar one covering Denham Town, is a menu of social interventions, all of which could apply in any community. While I accept that there is need for some concentration of effort in communities, many elements of these interventions are not high-cost elements. And indeed, the resources that have been made available by the European Union, as you have said, and by some of the member states, as well as the European Union and some of the other international partners, could stretch further to really give comfort to the country that the crime control benefits of ZOZO can be spread to other communities and hope can be given to some of those citizens through the social intervention programs. We labored long and hard in the Parliament in 2017 to get a Zozo bill that we could all support. But I think, with respect, it is not being utilized sufficiently. What we are seeing, and in the sad events that we all remarked on today affecting the Member of Parliament, Bloomfield, and there are other heinous killings around the country, is a breakdown of our nation's cultural system, the system of values and attitudes and norms. And curfews will assist. We called for the use of curfews. We called for the greater use of cordons and searches. But I think that the opportunities provided, both for the combined working of the security forces through joint command, which the Zozo provides for, as well as the social interventions that can begin to intensify the recovery, the social, attitudinal recovery of these communities, is very important. And therefore I'd want, while supporting this, I want to urge Prime Minister, if we are going to benefit from what Zozo can provide, you need to extend it to some other communities and do it quickly. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, just a brief comment, Prime Minister. In further to the comments made by the leader of the opposition, it was mentioned some time ago that there's a contemplation of up to 20 zones of special operation. That has been raised a few months ago. Given the importance and urgency of the matter, given the experiences that have been garnered over the past year and a half or so, could you indicate how soon we would see these being put in place in communities that fits the profile for the states of emergency? And that's basically it.
Prime Minister, I was amazed recently. I was looking on television and saw statistics in relation to the number of children who have been missing in Jamaica. Many of them, in fact, we were told over 200 permanently missing across Jamaica. And I just thought that one of the aspects of the Zozo could be to sensitize our communities about the children who live within them, and especially as I join with the leader of the opposition in encouraging the expansion of Zozos across the country. I think this could be a dimension that they would take on. It is quite bewildering that over 1,200 children go missing, and then 200 of them cannot be traced anywhere in our country. And they don't feature in our murder statistics at all. But what do we assume about them being missing permanently? Perhaps we could give some thought to that. It was just last week I was seeing these statistics and thought that this is quite an amazing situation in our country.
I was pleased to hear the comments about the 20 communities and where you're headed. I have been watching the discourse, the public discourse, around what's happening in the country post the ending of the state of emergency. And I note that the Minister of National Security in particular has spoken very, very strongly about the enhanced security measures continuing or beefing up post the state of emergency as it relates to St. James. I'm not sure if it was because I did not hear clearly, but I find from the statement that not enough is being said, such that individuals, certainly in Southwest St. Andrew, are not sure if they too are included in that description of areas of enhanced security measures. And I wanted to ask what is being done in terms of ensuring that Jamaicans understand, as the minister himself has said, that there are measures that can and have been used in St. James and will continue to be used, that is not just confined to St. James. So that's one. I was also wondering, Mr. Prime Minister, just based on your own statements about the importance of bipartisan collaboration when it comes to the issue of crime, if you have, one, seen some of the public comments from individuals that are closely associated to the political organization to which you belong, and whether or not you do not believe that it is important, absolutely important, to one, distance yourself from them, and two, to condemn them. And I speak, for example, about that statement made on social media by Mr. Marlon Morgan, who works with the Ministry of Education in relation to the murder of a colleague of ours, where he said that if he had not voted against the state of emergency, he would not be dead today. I believe that that statement is reckless. Yes, he did. I think it is reckless. I think that it is something, it is reprehensible, and I believe that it should be condemned in the strongest manner, and I have not seen or heard that coming from the organization, and I believe that it should be addressed.
Prime Minister, given that we're now heading towards 2 years of the Mount Salem Zoso, I understand that the opening hours of businesses are still constrained. I think it's 8 for one type of business and 10 for the other type of business. And given the protracted nature now, and I think we've gone through the high risk, clear phase, and as things normalize, could you first of all confirm for me that the restricted opening hours are still in effect? I was told that just recently by a member of the community. And second, if they are, could you have some discussion with the security forces to see if it would be possible to relax that, so that the small businessman, because it tends to affect the small businesses within the communities, if it can be made easier for them to comply with the regulations.
Prime Minister.
Speaker, thank you, members. I don't propose to have an extended response, but important point to make is that the leader of the opposition is suggesting that we are making gains. And from a cursory read of the statistics, you could come to that conclusion. As at yesterday's date, we are 46 murders behind what we were the same time last year. We were 164 the same time last year. And yesterday, we're 118. But a closer examination of the statistics would also show that for St. Catherine North, last year, this time, there were 25 murders. This year, yesterday, there are 15. And St. Catherine North has the highest number of murders in any police division. So if you're looking at a trend, you could say that the problems in that area continues, which we know because when we did the analysis of where we need to effect the resources, St. Catherine North was one that was selected. If you look further at St. James, last year, around about this time, there were 12 murders in St. James. As of yesterday, there are 10. So my point is that you can't use cursory analysis to make the decisions about the security strategies that we're going to employ. But I will say, in agreement with the leader of the opposition, that all possible measures that are permitted within our constitutional arrangements are being used. I don't think any citizen can say that they are not seeing the presence there. It is just how the security forces can operate under the current environment versus under the environment of a state of public emergency. I wish to also point out, in response to the opposition spokesman on national security, that the zones of special operations require resources. Particularly, it requires to have dedicated joint force, police and soldiers operating together. We have to put them through special training. They have to understand the nature of the operations. The leader of the opposition said we passed the bill as a security measure, but note the name of the bill. It is special security and development measures. So the bill contemplated upfront development. So it's not just a security. So when we decide to declare an area, we both look at the resources for security and the resources for development. So we have made allocations, and we will be declaring states of public emergency as soon as we have approved the next budget, which will be by the end of March. And in fact, you are likely to see a zone declared even before the end of March, in anticipation of the resources allocated in the budget. even before the end of March. The other point raised, I will just say that in paying tribute to Dr. Bloomfield, and I will repeat my call to both sides of the political divide, because in as much as you have pointed out statements, member from Southwest St. Andrew, coming from supporters of the Jamaica Labour Party, I have also seen statements coming from supporters of the PNP. It is, yes, but we have seen statements coming from persons who are representatives of the People's National Party. So I would say it is not in anyone's interest. And certainly I am not condoning, I don't believe it is in the interest of the Parliament, any side, to have such statements being made. And so Mr. Speaker, with those responses, and the suggestion made by the member from East Kingston and Port Royal is something that certainly we would not have a challenge in ensuring that that is a specific intervention in the operations of the zones of special operation. Mr. Speaker, I ask you to put the resolution, both resolutions, to the House.
The question is that the law reform zones of special operation, special security and community development measures the Denham Town Community Zone extension of period of operation order resolution 2019 under the law reform zones of special operations, special security and community development measures act 2017 and the law reform zones of special operations, special security and community development measures, the Mount Salem community and environs in the parish of St. James Zone extension of period operating order resolution 2019 under the law reform zone of special operations, special security and community development measures act 2017 be approved. Those in favor? Those against? Ayes have it. House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I neglected to have mentioned the fact that the Speaker of the House fell ill, and I spoke to him today. He's coming along nicely and he's in Andrews Hospital. He's expected out of hospital tomorrow. So we wish for him a speedy recovery and be back here in the House with us. Mr. Speaker, it's not intended to do any further business.
Can I just also join with the House Leader in extending our best wishes as well to the Speaker of the House and to wish that he recovers very speedily to resume his duties here.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. And so with that, I ask that you adjourn this Honourable House until next Tuesday at 2 p.m.
The question is that the House be now adjourned until next Tuesday at 2 p.m. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? Ayes have it. This House now stands adjourned.